departments, most importantly, two ministries here, information and broadcasting. From morning, we have been witnessing on the PIB websites, fact checks are being coming as far as the anti-India propaganda and fake narrative being spread by several social elements. And it is, of course, yesterday Home Minister Amit Shah also gave directions to the chief ministers that their cybercrime unit should be activated in full scale, so that those being identified who are paddling this fake narrative or making such anti-India posts, then there should be an action that should be taken against them. Secretary of Information Broadcasting had been given standing instructions on that very part. On the other side, the Ministry of Power, the Power Secretary was also here in an occasions of blackouts in the drills that were conducted. Power Ministry holds a very important role, and therefore the reason perhaps the instructions were given to the Power Secretary as well. It was earlier in a day, as I mentioned, NSA Ajit Doval also briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So PM Narendra Modi constantly and very closely monitoring each and every development what is happening. And as Rajnath Singh mentioned, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. We can probably see more meetings coming up till late night as well. And of course, all focus would be on that important press conference at 5:30 p.m.
Absolutely. The press conference that will start in about 10 minutes from now will provide key insights and answers, of course, and also the roadmap, both from a diplomatic point of view and, of course, from operational point of view, whatever the government is in a position to share. As Aishwarya was pointing out, Operation Sindoor is still underway. Thank you so much, Wing Commander Singh and Aishwarya, for joining us with this story. We're going to slip into a very short break. Gargi, we're going to come back with lots more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
All right, welcome back. And in some breaking news now coming in, the World Bank president has met with Prime Minister Modi. Ajay Banga meets with the Prime Minister, and the key time really, isn't it, Gauri, for this meeting to take place at a time that India is trying to isolate Pakistan following, with the Operation Sindoor and following Pahalgam attack.
Indeed, and I think this meeting is important on 2-3 very key parameters. One, of course, Gargi, this is happening at a time when India is also trying to ensure that Pakistan's financial helplines also get squeezed. There is an IMF bailout, which is about $1.3 billion, but there are also World Bank helplines that keep coming to Pakistan. So that conversation will also be extremely important, given the fact that there's a 360-degree effort by India to try and isolate Pakistan. Let me quickly now get in my colleague Nikunj Garg to fill us in with all the very latest and details on this very important breaking news coming in. Nikunj.
Well, yes, Gauri, this is a meeting which is fraught with all kinds of possibilities at this point in time. Remember, India wanting to tighten screws on Pakistan financially this time. This is an exercise which we have never undertaken prior to this time. And in the past, we have briefly mentioned to multilateral organizations that Pakistan should not be given liberal loans and moved on from there. But for the first time, we have actually actively engaged with multilateral banks, multilateral organizations, particularly the financial one in nature, and told them that not only Pakistan's liberal loans should be halted, but the active loans should be disengaged. So the multilateral organizations or associations should disengage from any kind of financial loaning activity to Bangladesh is what our message has been. And this exercise, when the top executive of the most important, influential multilateral financial institution of the world meets the top executive of India, as I said, is fraught with all kinds of possibilities. Because India is certainly not going to take the kind of misadventure that Pakistan has done in Pahalgam this time in the usual stride, and therefore tightening the financial screws on Pakistan is a very important part of the overarching diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, the rogue state. And the issue here is also very, the most important part of this entire exercise is that more you mount financial pressures on Pakistan, the more the Pakistani elite and the establishment is likely to yield, because this is where it hurts them the most. So India clearly, as came out from the briefing yesterday, is also trying to delineate the two, the Pakistani population and the Pakistani establishment. And this isn't part of that overarching offensive of separating the Pakistani people from the Pakistani establishment. Gargi?
Right. Nikunjan, also at a time when India has suspended the Indus Water Treaty, the World Bank also was a signatory to that, in fact, brought that treaty about between India and Pakistan. So interesting that this meeting is now happening.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is all part of an exercise of engaging multilateral bodies like United Nations, like World Bank, like Asian Development Bank, like the European Union, to tighten the screws on the Pakistani establishment. Remember, Pakistan is in a very, very, very precarious financial position for a fairly long time now. And that situation has, despite the best effort put in by the Shahbaz Sharif government, who himself comes from a business family, refused to improve. They have tried very hard to improve the taxation structure of that country, which is the principal demand of all the multilateral organizations, but it hasn't actually happened. And once that is not happening quite clearly, revenues for the Pakistani state are feeble. And once your revenue ingress is feeble, then obviously you are dependent on the international loans, particularly on agencies and corporations like World Bank. And India has made its intent absolutely crystal clear this time on the World Forum that the offensive that India is going to mount against Pakistan will not limit itself only to the military and the diplomatic components of it. However, it will also have the financial and other cultural aspects of the offensive ingrained in it, and that's what the government is now trying to send out a message to the world and Pakistani establishment particularly. Remember, Prime Minister has today met Saudis, the Iranians, and now he's meeting the president of the World Bank, which is the most crucial agency with probably highest loan exposure to the Pakistani establishment and the government.
Absolutely, Nikunj. Extremely important development coming in, helping India squeeze Pakistan financially as it continues some of the other parameters as well, economic, diplomatic, political, all coming in together. On that note, Gargi.
Right, time for us to slip into a very short break, but do remember in a short while from now that all-important briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs. Stay with us.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. There's breaking news coming in regarding Justice Yashwant Verma case that Chief Justice of India has sent the 3-panel report to the Prime Minister and President, and the Chief Justice of India sends Verma's reply to the panel to Prime Minister as well as President.
That's right. Well, let's go across to Nupur now for more. And Nupur, that report, which we don't know the details of yet, has been submitted, and the recommendation is to remove Justice Verma.
Sources have suggested us that CGI has impacted Justice Yashwant Verma's removal as a High Court judge. Remember, the procedure to remove a High Court or a Supreme Court judge has to be initiated by the CGI by recommending it to the President and the Prime Minister, and the Parliament passes. After the Parliament passes the removal motion, it is then approved by the President. So this could be a step towards that only, as the CGI has now sent the response that he received from Justice Yashwant Verma. Remember, last week only on Sunday, the report was submitted by the 3-judge panel to CGI on the inquiry that was conducted on the allegations of cash recovery. Remember, there was a debris of cash that was found at his residence, and after that, a massive controversy had broken out about how that cash came about and where that cash came from. Justice Yashwant Verma had categorically denied any knowledge of the same, and we are not yet aware that what he has told the CBI in his response to the panel's report. But in Delhi High Court, when the Delhi High Court had in fact conducted an initial inquiry, he had denied any knowledge. And remember, the Supreme Court had put everything on the Supreme Court website for public access. But for now, we don't know. The report is not made public that what the panel has recommended, but sources have confirmed to us that in fact the panel has recommended indictment of Justice Yashwant Verma, and CGI has sent the report as well as Justice Yashwant Verma's reply to the same to the President and the Prime Minister, and soon we will get to know what the Supreme Court panel had found out, and we are being told that it will also be made public. The report will be made public. We are being told by the sources. It's just a wait and watch game now.
Right. In fact, this entire episode has been dealt with a lot of transparency. Thanks so much, Nupur, for joining us there with all the latest developments. But returning now to our top story, in a short while from now, that all-important briefing by the MEA.
Absolutely. And that really will be extremely important in terms of the messaging that will come in from India after those developments about Operation Sindoor Phase 2 starting. Remember, Pakistan made attempts late last night and early this morning to escalate tension with India by targeting the military installations in 15 cities in northern and western parts of the country. That includes Jammu Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. All of these were negated, the government said.
Now, reporters have been bringing you reports from the frontline affected border states, and NDTV's Gurpreet sent us this report from Firozpur in Punjab.
We have come to a village who is the last village of Punjab, and next to this village is the border and then Pakistan. We have seen that a lot of our family members, they have already started moving from this last village of Punjab, and I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from here. We have seen some of the houses which have already been locked here, and what we have learned from the local villages, most of the women as well as the children, they have already migrated from this place to some safer place. Some of the people, they are with us. We will talk to them to understand what type of movement is going to be taken place from this village. We will talk to them to understand, but I'll show this house which has been locked, and the people from this village, they have already started moving from this place to some safer places. We will talk to them. तो गांव में देख रहे हैं काफ़ी तनाव का अभी माहौल है पाकिस्तान और इंडिया में. गांव में देख रहे हैं कि लगातार लोग यहां से किसी और जगह पे जा रहे हैं.
लोग कल एकदम जैसे एयर स्ट्राइक किया, जो एयर स्ट्राइक संदूर के नाम बता रहे थे, वो उनके होने के कारण यहाँ के लोग जो 50% लोग हैं, जैसे बुजुर्ग, बच्चे और लेडीज़, वो पीछे सुरक्षित जगह पर चले गए हैं.
क्योंकि ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जो औरतें हैं और बच्चे हैं उनको यहाँ से भेजा जा रहा है, ताकि अगर कोई भी सिचुएशन ऐसी होती है उसमें बच्चों और औरतों का नुकसान ना हो.
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं. जाने के लिए आपने देखा होगा जहाँ से आप आए, केवल एक ही रास्ता है जाने के लिए, जो इंडिया को जोड़ता है, जो इस एरिया को जोड़ता है, और कहीं वो क्या है, वही भी रास्ता है बिल्कुल पाकिस्तान के साथ सटा हुआ है. जब आर्मी की मूवमेंट होगी वो रास्ता तो आर्मी के लिए यूज़ किया जाएगा, लेकिन आम पब्लिक के लिए वो रास्ता नहीं खोला जाएगा. इसलिए रास्ता ना होने के कारण इसलिए लोग पहले जाते हैं. जो कहीं और रास्ता हो, जैसे सतलुज के ऊपर कोई पुल वगैरह हो, तो लोग यहाँ से नहीं जाएंगे.
ठीक है. तो लेकिन आप लोग तो लगातार आर्मी के साथ खड़े हैं, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग कह रहे हैं कि अगर कोई भी सिचुएशन होती है हम अपनी फोर्सेस के साथ खड़े हैं.
हमने आपको इसलिए बताया, जो लेडीज़, बच्चे और बुजुर्ग को इसीलिए पीछे भेजा गया है. जो नौजवान युवा लड़के हैं जो चलने के लिए तंदुरुस्त है, जाने के लिए, वो फौज के साथ खड़े हैं. वो फौज जो जैसे हमने बताया, गांव में कहीं ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली भी रोके हुए, जहां बीएसएफ आर्मी की गाड़ी नहीं जा सकेगी, वो लोग खुद अपने वो बीएसएफ के साथ जाएंगे.
Pakistan's heavy shelling has been continuing ever since the Pahalgam terror attack. And ever since Operation Sindoor started, it has intensified further. Shiv Arur's ground report from one such location highlights what has been the extent of Pakistani shelling on Indian civilians. Take a look.
This might seem like the odd pothole on any road in any part of this country, especially for those of us who live in towns or cities. But what you're seeing right here is actually the impact point of a Pakistani shell or mortar that landed on the night of Operation Sindoor when Pakistan began to escalate. I'm here very close to the line of control in Chaukibal town in North Kashmir's Kupwara sector. And the shell or mortar that has landed here burst into thousands of little pieces and went straight into the houses and shops that flank this tiny little road in this small little town in North Kashmir. This little shoe shop right next to the impact point suffered the most. Take a look at that signboard. You don't even know what the shop's name is because it's been completely shattered, the pieces everywhere. Thankfully, there was nobody in the shop when this happened. But please take a look at the damage here at the shop. All the glass panes have been destroyed. They lie here in pieces. All of the glass pieces here are of the glass panes of this shop. They have to put the shutters down because nothing anymore protects them, from the elements. Completely shattered products, damage, huge amount of glass pieces everywhere, and a cost to the shopkeeper who thankfully lived about 6 or 7 kilometers away from here, and thankfully there was nothing. ये आपकी दुकान है? जी, और आप नहीं थे जब ये हुआ था?
लगभग 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, सुबह के 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, तो अब तो हम उस वक्त घरों में थे अपने, तो नमाज से पहले।
थैंक गॉड कि आप नहीं थे यहाँ पर।
सर जी, हम शुक्र पढ़ते हैं कि हम यहाँ पर खुद नहीं थे, तो वरना यहाँ पर जानी हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब होते हैं। जी, क्योंकि ये जो इलाका है यहाँ पर इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होती है, तो यहाँ पर ब्लॉक जो है नज़दीक ही पड़ता है, तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 30-40 बंदों की जान तो जानी थी फिर ऐसे। जी,
कितने शेल्स गिरे थे उस रात?
यहाँ पर लगभग इस पूरे चौकीबल एरिया में 8 से 10 शेल गिरे हैं, जो और यहाँ पर जो इस मार्केट में एक गिरा है और यहाँ से थोड़ा आधे किलोमीटर दूर एक और गिरा हुआ है।
You can see the glass pieces. Just look at the all the damage in this particular shop. And if you just walk a little outside, remember this is not a military installation, as we've been reporting from Uri sector as well. This is hardly a military installation. This is where human beings live. And now all the shutters are down. You can see glass shattered everywhere, windows shattered everywhere. Some of the people in the houses have actually left and gone towards Srinagar and Sopore, which are safer territories at this point of time, because they just don't know when that next shell is going to land. The irony of this entire unfolding situation, and in many ways underlined by this horrifying crater caused by a shell here on the road in Chaukibal. I'm going to ask Ashwini to, once again focus on this, where the impact happened, is that India and Pakistan are currently trading in sophisticated weapons. Operation Sindoor's second phase is in full swing. Missiles and drones have been fired at India. India has used very sophisticated drones to take down air defense installations in Lahore and other places which Pakistan is not acknowledging. But the reality on the ground once again is this crater. How many more craters in how many more human settlements, non-military, innocent, human, civilian settlements is Pakistan going to target, is going to be that big question. Remember, the army, the military today has acknowledged a large number of civilian deaths in different places. What is it going to take for Pakistan to be a true country and stop targeting civilian installations? There is a military confrontation going on between India and Pakistan. When will Pakistan stop using civilians as targets?
All right, and civilians really bearing the brunt from Pakistani firing, and that was Shiv reporting from Kupwara. Let's get you this report from Rajouri, where Mohammad Ghazali also spoke to several of the local people who are affected. Many have left the area.
So right now we are here in Patara village in Rajouri district, and I'll ask my camera person to show you the locality here, the location, that how close it is from the international border. So On your screen in the frame, if you can see those hilltops, that is the international border from
Mishri on the ongoing developments regarding Operation Sindoor. We also have with us Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir.
Thank you, Ranveer. Good evening. Thank you all for joining for this briefing. You would have perhaps seen some information related to developments since late last night, early this morning, which has been put out by the Ministry of Defense. Just in case it has been missed, I will request Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to just update you and fill you in on the details.
Thank you, sir. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है। On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy calibre artilleries in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. जय हिंद।
Thank you. Friends, this is, as I said, further to the briefing that was provided yesterday and some of the updates that have been just provided by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I thought that we would just put some of the aspects related to the events that started on 22nd April with the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam into further context, because there is a certain amount of commentary that has happened with regard to the events since then. And more than the commentary, there has been a lot of disinformation that has been directed at us from across the border. So a few things that I would like you to keep in mind. First of all, there is mention on all sides of escalation. I think the first point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is the original escalation. ये जो सिलसिला है जो हम देख रहे हैं आज की घटनाओं को लेके, ये 22 अप्रैल के पहलगाम के हमले से शुरू हुआ है। एस्केलेशन वहाँ पे हुआ है और उस एस्केलेशन का जवाब भारतीय सेना ने, भारतीय फौज ने कल अपने एक्शन से दिया है। Secondly, I want to invite your attention to the involvement of the group calling itself the Resistance Front in these attacks. I pointed this out yesterday that this is a group that is a known front for the well-known Pakistan-based terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba. The group has been reported earlier. I mentioned to you about the Indian authorities providing information to the UN 1267 Sanctions Monitoring Committee. And in fact, we are going to be meeting with the team again very soon, and we will be providing an update to the information that we have provided earlier. But what is interesting, दिलचस्प बात यह है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा समिति में जब पहलगाम के हमले को लेके एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी करने की बात चल रही थी, तो आप सोचिए किस देश ने टीआरएफ का, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट का उसमें मेंशन किया जाना, उसको अपोज किया, पाकिस्तान ने. This was after the fact that the TRF claimed responsibility for this attack not once but twice within a few hours after the incident on the 22nd of April and then again on the morning of 23rd April. And it is perhaps only after the full gravity of the incident was realized by its masters and handlers across the border that it was managed to back off from this claim. Obviously, that retraction doesn't convince anybody. तीसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे कहना चाह रहा था, और कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने कल भी बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में और आज भी आपसे ये बात साझा की है, जो भारतीय रिस्पॉन्स है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, प्रिसाइज है, सटीक है, मेजर्ड है और कंसिडर्ड है. Our intention has not been to escalate matters. We are only responding to the original escalation, as I said, and our response has been targeted, precise, controlled and measured. Only no military targets have been selected. Only terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan has been hit. Now, there are, as I said, a number of issues that have been raised in commentaries, and there's a lot of, as I said, unfounded disinformation and fabrication that has come from across the border. And I would just like to use this opportunity to set the record straight on some of these issues. The first of these is Pakistan trying to wash its hands off any and all involvement with terrorism. I think the Pakistani information minister said there are no terrorists in Pakistan. And I think he was challenged on that in the television program that he was appearing on. But even if I partially repeat myself from yesterday, I think Pakistan's reputation as the epicenter of global terrorism is rooted in a number of instances where concrete evidence is available, not just to India, but to governments and authorities and agencies around the world. There are several terrorist attacks around the world where Pakistani fingerprints have been found. I don't need to belabor the point with regard to this audience about where Osama bin Laden was found and who called him a martyr. Pakistan has also for decades pursued cross-border terrorism into India with impunity. And as I said yesterday also, in order to deliberately mislead the international community, they claimed that the terrorist Sajid Mir was dead. They came under pressure, and Sajid Mir was then brought back to life, arrested, and is now apparently in Pakistani custody. Pakistan is also home to a very large number of UN proscribed as well as UN proscribed terrorists, as well as terrorists proscribed by a number of other governments in the world, including, of course, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as their leaders, Masood Azhar and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. आपने देखा होगा हाल ही में पिछले ही कुछ दिनों में पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री और उनके पूर्व विदेश मंत्री दोनों ने इस बात को माना है कि पाकिस्तान का ऐसे ग्रुप्स के साथ जो रिश्ता है वो क्या रहा है. Both the defense minister and the former foreign minister of Pakistan, I think they've done a more eloquent job of this than I could ever do in terms of describing their country's implication in international terrorism and their involvement in housing these kinds of groups. दूसरा जो विषय है वो है पाकिस्तान का जो एक दावा है कि एक इंटरनेशनल impartial investigation होना चाहिए, एक joint investigative committee होनी चाहिए. These calls for jointly investigating this heinous and barbaric attack in Pahalgam. Again, I think you know the history well on this. You know the track record well, and it is not a bright track record insofar as Pakistan is concerned. In fact, in the pursuit of justice for the victims of multiple terrorist attacks, whether it be Mumbai in 2008, in Pathankot in 2016, or many others. But in particular for these two attacks, India had offered to cooperate. India provided forensic evidence and urged Pakistan to bring the perpetrators of these attacks to justice. We, in particular with regard to the Mumbai attacks of 2008, where a Pakistani Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist was captured alive, India provided extensive information and evidence related to the involvement of Pakistani terrorists in this attack. Cases were registered, but you are all aware that these cases have not progressed, despite the formation of judicial teams, etc. And Pakistan has consistently stonewalled all efforts to move the investigation along. In fact, with regard to the Pathankot attack as well, a joint investigative team was formed. We gave access, unprecedented access, I should say, to Pakistani team to the site of the attack. Details of call records data and DNA, etc., were shared with Pakistan. We had shared with them details related that we had been able to access to the addresses of terrorists. We presented evidence against the office bearers of Jaish-e-Mohammed who had conspired in the attack, and the handlers of the terrorists who facilitated them and guided them in. But there has been no movement on this. So in all of this, I think the experience has not been positive. It certainly doesn't give us the confidence now to take at face value Pakistani assertions of wishing to participate in a joint investigation. These are just delaying tactics. These are just stonewalling tactics. And in fact, there is reason to believe that Pakistan uses the evidence that we provide only to cover its tracks and, in fact, defend the terrorists who we are looking for and obstruct the path of investigation. A third point that I wanted to address was the claim that only civilians were killed in the strikes on the 7th of May. We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that were held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us. Pakistan has also claimed that India deliberately attacked religious sites. This is completely false again. I have made it clear that the targets were terrorist infrastructure, terrorist facilities, and locations connected clearly with incidents of cross-border terrorism into India. And it is in fact Pakistan that is misusing religious sites as a cover to in fact radicalize, direct and indoctrinate and train terrorists. In fact, contrary to what Pakistan is claiming, yesterday Pakistan launched a targeted attack on the Sikh community in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting Gurdwara in Poonch and the homes of Sikh community members, which came under attack. And we know that at least 3 individuals were killed in that particular attack. Pakistan is also making attempts to, in fact, just to add to this point, the retaliatory action that Pakistan has taken, in fact, is impacting civilians. I showed you the picture of the Gurdwara and the Sikh community members who were killed in this. There are other civilians also who've been killed and injured in these attacks. In fact, since yesterday morning, a total of 16 civilians have been killed and 59 others have been injured in the attacks by Pakistan. Not only this, Pakistan is also making attempts as part of its disinformation campaign to paint our action with regard to cross-border terrorism through the communal angle. If that is the issue, then I think I can do no better than to cite or point you in the direction of the Pakistan Army Chief's speech of 16 April 2025. I think that is the last word in communal rhetoric. And in the Pahalgam attack itself, you are aware of the kind of religious profiling that was done there. And perhaps there is a linkage between these two events. I can only say that these nefarious designs will not be allowed to succeed in India. And it is to be noted that people from all faiths, all religions, all regions in India have unequivocally, not just in India but around the world, have condemned these attacks. The Pakistani claims of now responding to India's strikes of the 7th of May. As I said right at the outset, it is India which is responding. The original escalation was by Pakistan on the 22nd of April. We are the ones who are responding to that escalation with the action that was taken yesterday morning. And again, I would like to emphasize that the action was restrained. It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps. And again, as we have been saying since yesterday, any further action by Pakistan, some of which we are seeing today, is nothing but escalation by Pakistan now, once again, and will be responded to and is being responded to appropriately. One point that I wanted to also address was the allegations to the targeting of a dam, the Neelam Jhelum project in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. I want to say that this is an absolute and complete fabrication and a blatant lie. India has targeted only and only terrorist infrastructure, and the details of that terrorist infrastructure, together with the locations, were shared with you yesterday by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I should note that if this kind of a claim is a pretext for targeting Indian infrastructure of a similar nature, Pakistan will be entirely responsible for the consequences that will undoubtedly follow. Finally, I want to address some issues that have been raised related to the Indus Waters Treaty and the disinformation that has been raised in regard to that as well. The fact is that there have been fundamental changes in the circumstances in which the Indus Waters Treaty was concluded, and they call for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. Over the last year and a half to 2 years, India has been in communication with the government of Pakistan. We've sent several notices to them requesting for negotiations to discuss modification of the treaty. India has for 6+ decades now honored the treaty, even during periods when Pakistan imposed multiple wars on us, and even when relations were adversarial. Pakistan is the one that has been acting in violation of the treaty, deliberately creating legal roadblocks in India exercising its legitimate rights on the Western rivers. Any projects that India sought to build on the Eastern rivers, and even on the Western rivers, which we are allowed to by the treaty, were always challenged by Pakistan, thereby hampering our rights to utilize our legitimate waters under the treaty. In fact, if you see the preamble of the treaty itself states that the treaty was concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Mark those words, concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. ये भारत का धैर्य और भारत की सहनशीलता है जो 65 साल से हम इतनी प्रोवोकेशन के बावजूद इस ट्रीटी को निभा रहे हैं. However, as has been made clear earlier as well, Pakistan has not responded to our requests to enter into negotiations for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. A number of conditions have changed. This is a treaty that was based on the engineering techniques of the 50s and the 60s. We are living through the first quarter of the 21st century. Technological changes and technological advancements have to be taken into account. There are demographic changes. There are climate changes that have taken place. There is the imperative of clean energy. And of course, the terrorism that Pakistan has wreaked in the state of Jammu and Kashmir itself has hampered India's ability to exercise its rights under the treaty. Pakistan's persistent refusal to respond to our requests to enter into government-to-government negotiations on the modification of the treaty is, in a sense, itself a violation of the treaty. And therefore, India has taken the step of putting the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan abjures irrevocably its support for cross-border terrorism. Maybe I'll stop there. I mentioned earlier yesterday as well that this is an evolving situation. I would therefore ask all of you to be considerate and restrained. It will not be possible for us or my colleagues from the armed forces to share operational details at this point in time. Beyond that, if you have any questions, may I have time for only a few, and I'll try to answer those questions.
Okay, I give the floor to Rishabh.
One Secretary, good evening. This is Rishabh from Times Now. I just wanted to understand, as per the press release that has been released earlier today, it says that we have successfully hit at the air defense of Lahore. Does it give our forces a better chances if in case of further escalation? And are there other air defense places as well at strategic location that were targeted?
Rishabh, you are violating the first rule that I set out at the end of my remarks. The press release that has been issued by the Ministry of Defense today speaks for itself. It is related to operational matters. It's been released by the Ministry of Defense. As more information becomes available, it will be released at the appropriate time. Once again, please don't go into operational details at this point in time, because this is a constantly evolving situation. Yeah, go ahead.
Foreign Secretary Smita Sharma, just wanted to ask, the Pakistani Minister Ishaq Dar in an interview has claimed that the National Security Advisors of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other, if you could confirm or deny, and is complete severance of diplomatic ties with Pakistan also on the table?
I have no information with regard to contacts between the two national security advisors. Insofar as diplomatic relations are concerned, you've seen the steps that were announced in response to the following the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security on the 23rd of April. There are no further steps that are under consideration at this moment in time. Here, go ahead.
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, मेरा नाम मनीष है, मैं TV9 भारतवर्ष से हूं, और आपने खुद ही बताया कि कितना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन क्रॉस बॉर्डर से आ रहा है, बल्कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पाकिस्तान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर और डिफेंस मिनिस्टर तक भी प्रोपेगेंडा करने में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में आ गए हैं। वो कई बार तो ये तक दावा करते हैं कि हम 3 राफेल हमने गिरा दिया, इतने हमने मिग गिरा दिए, और जब उनसे पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया में हमने ये सब चीज़ें देखी थी। तो अगर आधिकारिक तौर पर अगर आप कुछ कह सकें इस पर, ताकि उन्हें भी समझ में आए कि इस तरह के प्रोपेगेंडा नहीं चलने वाला है।
देखिए, जब सही समय होगा तो आधिकारिक तौर पे इसके बारे में सूचना दी जाएगी, लेकिन जो आपका प्रश्न है कि प्रधानमंत्री और उप प्रधानमंत्री और विदेश मंत्री, उनके रक्षा मंत्री इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें अचरज की कोई बात नहीं है। आखिरकार ये एक देश है जिसने अपना इसका जन्म लेते ही झूठ शुरू हो गया था। 1947 में जब पाकिस्तानी फौज ने जम्मू कश्मीर पे दावा बोला, तो उन्होंने किसी ऐसे वैसे व्यक्ति से नहीं, संयुक्त राष्ट्र से झूठ बोला कि हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है इससे। ये लोग जो गए हैं वो तो कबायली हैं। वो तो जब हमारी फौज वहाँ पे पहुंची और UN के लोग, संयुक्त राष्ट्र के लोग खुद वहाँ पे पहुंचे, उन्होंने देखा कि वहाँ तो पाकिस्तानी फौज घुसपैठ करके आ गई है, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान को मुंह की देखनी पड़ी और उनको मानना पड़ा कि हाँ, उनकी फौज वहाँ पे कुछ समय से पड़ी हुई है। तो ये जो यात्रा है एक तरह से 75 साल पहले शुरू हो चुकी है, तो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज्ड दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ disinformation is being indulged in. Yeah. Siddhant.
Sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, we have seen a lot of negative comments coming from the Pakistani military of escalation. If tomorrow there is an escalation, there are strikes, we know one attempt has been thwarted, what will be the Indian response to those attempts of creating more escalation? Because it is looking like it's going towards more escalation. And my second question is, are any other world powers, essentially the P5 countries, the West Asian countries, reaching out to de-escalate the current situation?
Look, on escalation, we've already made our stance clear. I mean, there are two basic points. First of all, it is Pakistan that escalated on the 22nd of April. We are only responding to that escalation. And then what we have said yesterday and what my colleagues have said today, that now if there is an attempt at further escalation by Pakistan, it will be responded to in an appropriate domain. And therefore, the choice is entirely that of Pakistan to make. As to your second question, I don't think I can do better than to point you in the direction of the statements that are being made from practically every chancellery in the world and the sentiment that they are carrying. That sentiment essentially, and for the major portion, is support for the government of India in the context of the condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. There is wide recognition of the government of India's right to respond to these attacks in self-defense, and of course a desire to ensure that there is not further escalation. I think these statements speak for themselves. Yeah.
Sir, this is Mausami from India Today. Now, in the all-party meeting, we have learned that the Defense Minister has said that, in the Operation Sindoor, almost 100 terrorists were killed. Would we have any details about what is the number like, and also about if there were any big faces, masterminds, terrorist masterminds who were in fact killed? There is also a report that Masood Azhar's family's 10 members have been killed, and Rauf Asghar, who was actually the mastermind of Pulwama, he's also been badly, severely injured.
I don't have information at this point in time to share with you on these issues. But as I said, I think, there is so much information out there on television, in the news media, in social media, that it sometimes looks like a long time has passed since this. Please understand that slightly over 36 hours only have passed since this operation was undertaken. Let us have some patience. Information will come out. It will be shared in due time. Shruti.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Shruti Ranjan from Bloomberg. Sir, could you give us any understanding whether India has moved the IMF or the World Bank to kind of, sensitize them about the the bailout that Pakistan has, and the kind of stuff that the Pakistan government is doing?
Look, we have an executive director at the IMF. Tomorrow there is a meeting of the board of the IMF, and I'm sure that our executive director will put forward India's position. The decisions of the board are a different matter. You know the process through which they are made. But I think the case with regard to Pakistan should be self-evident to those people who generously open their pockets to bail out this country. And since you are from Bloomberg, I think you would have the data on how many IMF bailout programs have been, very good, thank you, have been sanctioned in the space of the last 3 decades. And I think you would also have an idea of how many of those programs have actually reached successful conclusion. Probably not many. So I think this is a decision that board members have to take by looking deep within themselves and looking at the facts.
So we can, one last question, sir.
Yeah.
One last question.
Foreign Secretary, I'm Siddhant from CNN News 18. I would like to know, since it's an opportunity to speak to you, I would like to know the response coming from United States since last 3 weeks. Saudi Arabia, Qatar. In fact, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Qatar before the strikes that evening. Perhaps how do you read the support coming from these countries? Perhaps traditionally they were seen on the other side. This time around, their statements are strong worded. In fact, India-Saudi joint statement also had a very strong condemnation, strong worded condemnation. United States at all levels have condemned the attack and have extended support. In fact, Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister is in India. He just met EMS Jaishankar. Also, if you could shed some light on his visit, his meeting with EMS Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he met Prime Minister Modi. Thank you.
Look, all the countries that you named and many others, we have been in touch with them. The Prime Minister has spoken to a large number of world leaders. A large number of world leaders have called him, as have called the External Affairs Minister. As we speak, there are conversations going on today as well with world leaders. And your assessment or conclusion of the general tenor of these messages is very much on point. And I think this is a recognition of the fact, firstly, of the barbaric nature, the unprecedented nature and character and features of the attack in Pahalgam, and a recognition of India's right to respond to this. And also a recognition of the fact that in responding, we have been nothing but responsible and have done so in a restrained, in a measured, and in a non-escalatory manner. I think that counts for something. People have taken that into account, and that is what is explaining the kinds of reactions that we are seeing. And we appreciate the sentiments and the statements that have been made by the vast majority of world leaders. Yes, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is in Delhi. He had a meeting with the External Affairs Minister earlier today. I don't have further details at this moment, but if there are details, the ministry will share them at some point with you. Thank you. I think that's all we have time for today. We'll join you again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Glass Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. News.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. We start with some breaking news. The Army Chief has met the Prime Minister today. In fact, this is just hours after NSA Ajit Doval also met the Prime Minister. In fact, today morning, there was an important meeting of all secretaries. The Prime Minister is taking stock of how the country is getting prepared. Remember, Ankit, today is when Pakistan, a day after India launched precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan, Pakistan has retaliated, in fact, attempting to target several cities in the country, but all those attempts have been neutralized. But
Absolutely.
yes,
this is a big escalation coming in from Pakistan, and in that context, this meeting with the Army Chief becomes very, very important. Remember, it's just been 36 hours, ladies and gentlemen, since India's precision strike on 9 terror targets, including possibly for the first time since 1971, going deep in Pakistani territory in Pakistan's Punjab province. Now, let's very quickly go across to our colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us on the phone line for more details on this important meeting. This, Aishwarya, and keeping in context what is happening in the, with the way Pakistan tried to, in fact, retaliate, and also the complete heating up of the LOC and the international border.
Well, 15 Indian military bases were under attack in the intervening night of 7th and 8th May, and in that regards, the Indian Armed Forces retaliated and had neutralized the Pakistani air defense system as far as Lahore is concerned, and that's been briefed by the Indian Armed Forces officials as well in the press conference. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today in the morning was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval about the Operation Sindoor Phase 2, and it is Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi who had reached 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The meeting lasted for almost 30 minutes. Prime Minister was briefed by the Army Chief about the current developments and the operation that the Indian Army is conducting. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said it earlier that he had given a free hand to the Indian Armed Forces, and he believes in the professional abilities of the Indian Armed Forces. And Prime Minister being briefed regularly about the ongoing operations of Indian Army in along the line of control and also at the international border, and therefore the reason perhaps now General Upendra Dwivedi, Army Chief, going to 7 LKM.
Maria for joining us with those details. Important meeting there of the Army Chief with the Prime Minister of the country. Also remember, the Prime Minister is constantly monitoring the situation. Just a short while ago, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has also briefed media. And in fact, he's also talked about Pakistan being the epicenter of terror groups, terrorism for several years now. He's also talked about how Pakistan has sheltered several terror groups, including Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba for several years. He's talked about non-compliance of TT by Pakistan. This is even as Pakistan has retaliated to India's precision strikes that India launched yesterday. And of course, Pakistan has attempted to target several cities in the country. But remember, India has managed to neutralize all those attempts. The situation, however, remains tense, which is why the Prime Minister is constantly monitoring the situation and checking on the preparedness of this country. My colleague Ankit is there in the studio with us. Ankit, take us through what did Pakistan exactly do and how did India counter that?
Well, since the precision strike of India, the ball was in Pakistan's court, and India has already said that Operation Sindoor is not yet over. It is just the first phase. So now let me take you to the second phase of Operation Sindoor, which India had to launch because Pakistan dared once again and tried kamikaze drones and missiles to try and attack 15 defense bases of the country. Very quickly, let me show you on the map how Pakistan tried to target, and this happened in the intervening night of 7th and 8th, ladies and gentlemen. This is what their three primary targets right at the top of the country in Jammu and Kashmir was. In the Jammu Army base, Avantipura, Srinagar, there were strikes launched from the Pakistani side. If I take you to Punjab, the other border state of the country, this is where the large attempt from Pakistanis were done last night with projectiles coming in from across the border in Kapurthala, Amritsar, Jalandhar, Adhampur, Ludhiana. Even the Chandigarh Army base was the target along with Bathinda. Let's go further to Gujarat, where Pakistan also tried, in fact in Rajasthan first, where Nal, Falodi and Uttarlai were targeted by the projectiles coming in from Pakistan. It was a combination of some missiles along with the drones and the UAVs that they used. It was not just Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan. They also went as west in the country to Bhuj, where they tried, in fact, some projectiles were launched. Now, India responded to this. All these projectiles were put down by an air defense system, which included the S-400 and other batteries, which are now being on high alert and lined across the border states. And there was a retaliation. This was something which was told or been explicitly underlined by the leadership of the country. If Pakistan escalates, there is going to be further retaliation on Pakistan. This is what India did. Many places in Pakistan saw kamikaze drone action. For the first time, drones were used. And it will also give you a sense of, ladies and gentlemen, how our systems are much better than compared to Pakistan, because many of our drones were able to penetrate Pakistan's air defense systems, and particularly the one which a lot of people are talking about. Multiple cities in Pakistan and their installations were targeted, including Rawalpindi. There are some reports of Karachi, but what people are talking about is Lahore. Just take a look, keep looking at this circle at this moment. You will see a drone which is diving down, and then of course a battery of Pakistan's air defense was destroyed in this. There have been visuals, from across Pakistan which confirm that the target was HQ-9 air defense system, which has been supplied to Pakistan by China, and this was built for air defense of Lahore. One of those batteries has been destroyed by India's kamikaze drone, which was deployed to take on this system. Very quickly, now it does two things, Vasudha. Like we have been talking about, it is just not about the air defense system in Lahore, which has evaded Pakistan's defense and attacked our air defense battery. This is a Chinese model which has been given to Pakistan. So while India strikes in Lahore, destroying this battery, it sends a message to Pakistan and also to China, because China also in the last many years was aggressive, and this tells us the kind of weapons that China has supplied to Pakistan. These are the visuals that we were talking about. You will, in this circle, you will suddenly see, a drone, which a kamikaze harp drone that we were talking about, and which has then goes down and destroys a Pakistan defense battery. Our colleagues are also with us, Mohammad Ghazali, and along with him, Gurpreet, both of them joining us at this moment. Mohammad Ghazali is in Jammu and Kashmir. Gurpreet is reporting from Punjab. Ghazali, if I may come to you, very important briefing just took place, which very clearly mentioned that Pakistan's nefarious designs were not only defeated, but India has warned Pakistan again not to escalate.
Yeah, it was a clear warning to Pakistan, one, that don't get too adventurous, because yesterday Pakistan's aerial attack was certainly neutralized by our own aerial defense system. But an important point made by Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, Pakistan from day one, since the Pahalgam attack, has been claiming that these terrorists are not backed by Pakistan. Pakistan didn't send them. But what is more important is that Pakistan kept asking that it wants more evidence and proof. It wants a joint investigation. At most of the international forums, Pak diplomats as well as their own foreign minister kept claiming that India hasn't shared any shred of evidence with any diplomat or either with Pakistan about the involvement of Pakistan or its terror groups. Foreign Secretary clearly said that in the past as well, Pakistan had met such demands back in the wake of 26/11 Mumbai attack, as well as after other terror attacks and in Pathankot air base attack. And on both the occasions, India had gathered enough evidence and had shared it with Pakistan, but Pakistan never took any action against the perpetrators of those attacks who are hiding in Pakistan. And that is why even this time, when Pakistan claims that it wants evidence about the Pahalgam attack, India says that it will be of no use. Rather, Pakistan uses the claim of evidence as an escape route to sort of shrug itself off of any responsibility to catch hold of those people who are responsible for the Pahalgam attack. So, and he also clearly mentioned that all these attacks which India has carried out, or the strikes inside Pakistan, has been very proportionate as far as Pakistan's response is concerned, because it was Pakistan which started this attack, this entire cycle of attack, first in Pahalgam and then the aerial attacks yesterday night. And India retaliated today by even neutralizing their air defense system in Lahore.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Shiv Arur also joins us now. Shiv, the Foreign Secretary, while speaking today, talked about Pakistan being the epicenter of terror. In fact, he's built this strong, genuine, data-based, evidence-backed case against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism that's been going on for several years. You are on ground in Jammu and Kashmir. This has also seen brutalities that Pakistan has done in the last 2-3 days, those shelling that has happened. Tell us what exactly do you see around you, and how is the administration looking at preparations for what is to come?
Vasudha and Ankit, I've just returned from the line of control in Chaukibal in North Kashmir and making my way back to Srinagar, and I just listened to the entire press conference by the Foreign Secretary. I think just before I get into the preparations that are happening here, it's very interesting how in very, very diplomatic language, what Mr. Misri has done is clear the decks and make it very apparent that Operation Sindoor is not complete. It is still an evolving situation, and that, escalation is now going to be India's prerogative if Pakistan continues to provoke. The Ministry of Defense statement released earlier today has set out two big landmark things. One, the drone strikes of India in Lahore and other cities, and two, how India has been able to intercept a huge meteor shower, really, of missiles and drones aimed at 15 Indian cities. That being said, to answer your question, the line of control activity is only has stayed steady. It hasn't escalated between 2 nights ago and last night. We understand that artillery has been happening. Where I was just now was a village which was completely shelled near Chaukibal, which we were able to show to our viewers as well. That is continuing. It seems to be that the priority for the Pakistan Army, at least on the frontier areas, is to keep the line of control as hot as possible, because they still believe there might be some kind of frontier action by land by the Indian Army. Obviously, we won't be speculating on those aspects of it, but contrast that with the very, very high technology war that's taking place, probably even in Srinagar's airspace. The statement that came out today from the Ministry of Defense said that Srinagar, Avantipora, and certain other places in J&K were on target. I was there. There was no reason to believe it was under attack, which means that the interception of Pakistani missiles and drones must have happened very, very far away, from Srinagar and Avantipora, probably not even in Indian airspace. So this is a high technology confrontation that is taking place, and it is likely to escalate. But here on the ground and at the line of control, the commitment of Pakistan to keep it active, to target civilian villages, is continuing. That's not going to stop.
Because, the retaliation could only, this is all that Pakistan Army, and this is not surprising that they are targeting civilians, Shiv, because while we have made it very clear it's a terror infrastructure, and what will Pakistan find in India apart from military and civilian targets? But Shiv, stay on with me. I have one more question for you. Let me also introduce Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, former Director General of Military Operations and former 15 Corps Commander. So thank you for joining us at this moment. Gurpreet also is with us. Gurpreet, just hang on for a moment. Shiv, very quickly, one important point from the Ministry of External Affairs and the Army Air Force joint briefing. And once again, we have seen, like in Pahalgam, the whole idea was not only just to kill tourists and cripple the economy of Jammu and Kashmir, but also try and destabilize country on communal terms. And same is now being done by Pakistan, while the focus remains on attacking Punjab, in large areas of Punjab. That was the attempt yesterday as well. There have been Sikh houses and their families, which have been Gurudwaras, which have been destroyed in the shelling as well. So for all the Pakistan Khalistani agenda, they're exposing themselves in this as well.
And in fact, the Foreign Secretary did speak about this attempt by Pakistan to create communal discord in the country.
Absolutely.
Very well said, Vasudha and Ankit. What Vikram Misri did was to completely flip that narrative against Pakistan. The attempt to create a communal divide in India, the fact that 5 of the 15 cities that they tried to target with missiles and drones happened to be in Punjab, the Sikh heartland, as it were. Kapurthala, Amritsar, Bhatinda, Jalandhar, Adampur, places like that. Also Chandigarh, Poonch, where Ghazali is reporting from. A Gurudwara was destroyed over there. So if, not that anyone needed any reminding about the hollowness of Pakistan's support for so-called Khalistan, but this shows you the utter contempt they have for, any community, really, that they wish to manipulate to divide an adversary nation. So I don't know if Khalistanis, as they are so-called, will be convinced by this, but it is a reminder to everyone of the kind of rules of engagement Pakistan really deals with. And I think it's important that India made that point, Ankit and Vasudha, because of the last 2 years that we've seen India dealing with the entire Khalistan issue, the fact that Pakistan had seen this as an opportunity to fan the flames and, raise that issue once again and energize that issue once again. We've seen what's been happening in Canada and the United States and the United Kingdom as well. So I think this is an important point that Vikram Misri has laid, and I hope the government continues with it diplomatically as well.
Right. Thank you, Shiv, for joining us. Also, Gurpreet, you've been up and about. You've been traveling to several districts there, bordering districts especially, and schools are shut in the border districts of Punjab now. Punjab cities were also on the target list of Pakistan. Tell us, what is the situation on ground? What are people feeling about this? There was a blackout yesterday in Amritsar, so clearly the situation isn't that great. There is a certain amount of uncertainty and anxiety. How are people looking at this?
Well, we are reporting from district Firozpur, and we have been traveling to the border area, but somehow we are not able to show all the visuals because of the security reasons. What we have seen, the people are very motivated since they have learned that our defense mechanism has already neutralized a lot of missiles which are going to happen at the various locations of Punjab. We have seen the various defense base had been targeted in Punjab. Now, what we have learned from the people from this border area, they wanted to stand by the nation. We have seen from the various villages of the border area, some of the people have already left their children and women to the safer place, and they have come back to the same villages. They say if there is a need and if there is a requirement, they will use their tractors and trolleys to support our defense forces, so that this fight which has been initiated by the Indian government against terrorism, that should be continued. One of the person from this border area, he is with us. We will talk to him. तो क्या लग रहा है, जैसे लगातार टेंशन चल रही है, माहौल चल रहा है, तो हम देख रहे हैं लगातार लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जो ये लड़ाई चल रही है, ये चलनी चाहिए।
सर, लोग ना अक चुके हैं, डू और डाई की पोजीशन में हैं लोग। हमारे बॉर्डर के लोग हैं ना, वो कहते हैं कि हम माइग्रेट हो जाएंगे कुछ समय के लिए, बट ये सलूशन परमानेंट होना चाहिए, डेली की ये नहीं होनी चाहिए रूटीन।
अभी हम कई बॉर्डर एरिया में, कई विलेजेस में गए, यहाँ लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमने अपने बच्चे और अपने जो औरतें हैं उनको दूर छोड़ा है, लेकिन हम वापस आ गए हैं क्योंकि हम देश के साथ ये लड़ाई लड़ना चाहते हैं।
हाँ, यस, इसमें सर कोई दो राय नहीं है। हमारे जो विलेजर्स हैं, पेंडू लोग हैं, वो कंधे के कंधा मिला के सरकार के साथ खड़े हैं, सिस्टम के साथ खड़े हैं, फौज के साथ खड़े हैं।
So, well, these are the sentiments of the people. They are very emotionally charged since they learned our defense mechanism was so capable that had already neutralized a lot of missiles and drones which were launched from Pakistan side to disturb communal harmony and to disturb Punjab peace. Back to studio.
Thank you for joining us at this moment. My colleague reporting from, in fact, all the NDTV is spread across on the ground from all across the border areas to give you a sense of what is happening, because the tension is palpable there. General Bhatt, let me bring you in at this moment, sir. We are seeing what Pakistan's retaliation has been. Of course, the LC and international border in Jammu and Kashmir were expected, but a very big thrust right now seems to be coming in as far as Punjab is concerned, sir. What do you make of that? And I also would like your appreciation on the fact that, we destroyed a Chinese air defense system in Pakistan. The message is just not for Pakistan, but for China as well, sir, on their weaponry.
So, firstly, I should start with saying that the armed forces are doing an excellent job. And the professionalism and restraint with which the second response was also given is really praiseworthy. The ability for us not allowing them for us to have any losses in any of the 15 places is really credible. And then the response has ensured that one air defense battery at Lahore has been destroyed. Both very excellent actions by the Indian Armed Forces, and I, as an ex-army officer, am very proud of it. Today Pakistan is going up the escalatory ladder. We had a just bellum. We had a just cause to react and target those 9 terrorist camps, which we did after what they had done in Pahalgam. Pakistan, and we also indicated that this is non-escalatory. We are not targeting civilian targets or military targets. But Pakistan wants to raise the ante. And that is what they did last night by trying to attack 15 locations. Mostly it seemed airfields and other forward areas. We have responded in kind, and we will keep responding in kind till the time Pakistan doesn't start behaving. But our responses will be restrained and professional, because we do give a window to Pakistan to realize what they have done is wrong. They've been punished for it. If they want more punishment, that will be delivered.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, for joining us with your insights. Clearly, Ankit, Foreign Secretary today, has made it very clear that India is building the strong evidence-backed case against Pakistan. And while military options are still on, Operation Sindoor Part 2 is still on, and India has managed to neutralize these attempts by Pakistan to target several cities of the country. The diplomatic offensive is also going on, which is why it's making these attempts to ensure that Pakistan remains globally alienated. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Pakistan attempted to engage.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit. That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that are held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV a day after India carried out precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan. Pakistan has retaliated now, hitting out at several cities. But these attempts of Pakistan have been neutralized by Indian armed forces. We'll get you all those details and more. But first up, the headlines. Operation Sindoor press briefing. India calls out Pakistan. Pakistan objected to TRF mention at United Nations state funeral for terrorists in Pakistan. Pakistan attempted to escalate tension late last night and early this morning by targeting military installations in at least 15 cities of India, including in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. Indian armed forces have responded by targeting and neutralizing Pakistani air defense radars and systems in several locations, including Lahore in Pakistan. The BJP says Abdul Rauf Azhar, IC-814 hijacking mastermind, has been killed in Operation Sindoor. The younger brother of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar was killed in India's strikes on terror hubs. World Bank President meets Prime Minister Modi. First meet in the midst of Indus Water Treaty suspension. Loans to Pakistan likely to be discussed. Well, NDTV is on ground in several places, especially in bordering districts. High alert in border areas. NDTV reports from the front lines. In the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack, government has banned Pakistani content on OTT platforms now. Well, the CGI panel has also submitted report on the Judge Cash Hall. Report submitted to Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu. Sources have told NDTV that the panel has recommended suspension of Justice Yashwant Verma.
Hello everyone, this is News at 7 p.m. and I'm Maria Shakil. Today, India reiterated that it's Pakistan that is the aggressor and we are the victims of planned terror attacks emanating from the launch pads inside Pakistan. There was another attempt late night by Pakistan, which was, there were attempts to escalate tension by targeting military installations in 15 cities in the northern and western parts of the country. Though all these attempts were thwarted, India has called out Pakistan today, saying that there is no question of taking the route of any investigation into the 22nd April terror attack, instead adding that Pakistan continues to delay and stonewall investigations and uses evidence by India to cover its track.
Well, Maria, the Indian government has said that Pakistan attempted to engage in a number of military targets in northern and western India, but the Indian armed forces neutralized these attempts. In fact, Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has made it very clear that the original escalation was what happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April, and it's India that's continuously responding to that original escalation. Meanwhile, leaders across the political spectrum attended an all-party meeting that was convened by the government today, and unlike a lot of other times, the whole political class of the country spoke in one voice.
That's right. That picture that came out from the all-party meeting certainly sending a message that India stands united in these tough times. And what stood out again was that press conference and the imagery that came out from that press conference, with Foreign Secretary being flanked by two women officers, Sophia Qureshi, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika. Both of them also spoke about the details of Operation Sindoor 2.0. Let's listen in and then we go to the reporters.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that are held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us.
Well, the Foreign Secretary there, Vikram Misri, talking about Pakistan being the epicenter of terrorism for several years now. But there's also a national solidarity rally that's happening in Hyderabad in Telangana. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, also a Congress leader, in fact, is leading this rally that opposes terrorism, shows solidarity with the armed forces. Those visuals that you can see there with the tricolour flying high. And of course, those people, those several high-ranking officials from armed forces, retired ones. My colleague Uma Sudhir joins us with more details on this. Uma, Operation Sindoor is so much about the states of this country, and this time it's also in some ways important that states remain united, and there is a sentiment of solidarity that's been pouring from several states. Tell us what is happening in Telangana, Hyderabad, because something like this happened just a week ago. We saw what Revanth Reddy and Mr. Owaisi did. So this has become in some ways a ritual for Revanth Reddy to show his patriotism and of course solidarity with the armed forces.
Absolutely. Revanth Reddy is leading the solidarity rally from the front, and along with them, he has ensured that it is not the political leaders of the Congress that are visible, but along with him are the retired officers of the Defence Forces, the Army, Navy, the Chief Secretary, Mr. Ramakrishna Rao, the DGP, the top police officers, the municipal corporation officers, to show that every department is in fact with the government, with the union government and with the Defence Forces, because this solidarity rally is something that they are organizing against terrorism at a time when the country has been threatened by terror from across the border. Revanth Reddy's solidarity rally is an attempt to show that the country stands together. We don't have any political differences at this time, and we are not arguing on any point at all at this point in time. We only stand together as a united nation, and the strength of every state in the country, the youngest state in the country, also adding to the force that the union is exerting and the actions that it is going to take. The Chief Minister declaring that we are with the centre in every possible way, and that's the reason why we have these civil defence mock drills that happened, and subsequently this kind of a rally that started from the very picturesque Secretariat location, and now we have come to the place which is called as Necklace Road, and there is in fact the Indira Gandhi statue that is to the other side, and you will have the Ambedkar statue right behind that. Nagaraj will be able to show you the Ambedkar Ambedkar statue, which is on Necklace Road. So that is the kind of a show of solidarity that they want to show. Three reasons why they want to do this. One, Telangana itself is saying that we are prepared for any kind of an exigency, and we stand with the center on every point. Of course, there are many defense establishments here. What is also called the Integrated Command and Control Center, very one of the probably the most sophisticated police headquarters here. All that has got extra security, and you also have the consulates and the foreign officers, all of them, and also visitors from outside the country, all of them actually being given extra security and extra surveillance at all critical installations. You would recall that Hyderabad also has the DRDO, the National Fuel Complex, and all of that is coming under extra surveillance to ensure that nothing at all goes wrong. And now, right now, is a time of silence. Everyone holding the tricolor. We saw the Chief Minister himself holding the tricolor and making that march. Now is a period of silence when all of them are in fact paying homage to the victims of terror, and now to say that it is our turn to stand together and say that we will not win, and we as a strong country will reply. The way we will retaliate is something that that enemy is going to remember forever. Back to you.
That's right, and these are very, very strong visuals coming in from Hyderabad, perhaps reflecting sentiments of 140 crore Indians today, that the entire political class stands united, stands firmly with the tricolor, stands firmly in solidarity with our forces. We have Nazir Masoodi joining us from Kupwara. Harsha is from the border town of Jaisalmer. Remember, Rajasthan shares almost 1,000-kilometer plus long border with Pakistan, and Gurpreet is from Firozpur in Punjab. Nazir, coming to you. The big takeaways for you from that press conference which was held by the Foreign Secretary.
Well, Foreign Secretary has made it very clear the original aggression was the terror attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent people were killed. And whatever happened is the response to that aggression and that violation. And India appropriately responded after terror attack to attack terror sites in Pakistan. And when Pakistan attacked last night, with drones and missiles, there was an equal, befitting reply to the Pakistani military sites, including air defense station in system in Lahore, which has been neutralized, which Pakistan's own DG ISPR has said that their equipment in the military installation was damaged, 4 soldiers were injured, and then he normally talked about there were around a dozen drone attacks which have been neutralized by them. That would be what he has claimed. Having said that, Foreign Secretary and 2 lady officers there gave the details about how it unfolded since yesterday and how India is actually prepared for any eventuality. He talked about civilians are being targeted, and let me tell you, Foreign Secretary talked about 3 Sikhs also there and Gurudwara being targeted.
Yes.
But let me tell you, there was also a madrasa that was targeted in Pakistani shelling, and Qari Muhammad Iqbal, the madrasa Maulana, was also killed in the Pakistani shelling.
Right.
There are also 5 children who were killed in Pakistani shelling. There were women from that area who were killed in Pakistan. And unfortunately, Qari Iqbal, he was, some channels in fact unfortunately made him as a terrorist who was killed in Indian action. Right. In Pakistan. That is something that is without verifying. Some people are just jumping the gun. Having said that, the next 48 hours are seen as very, very crucial. How Pakistan is going to behave in next 48 hours, that will actually explain the situation, how the situation will unfold. But really, fingers crossed, here in Kupwara, which is the border town, which is the frontier district, border area has been badly affected. Hundreds of people have been evacuated to safer places. They have been kept in several educational institutions. Well, all the schools and colleges have been shut for last now 2 days. They will remain closed tomorrow as well. Srinagar airport remains shut for the civilian flight, so other airports in different parts of the North India and North India as well. And as we know, even the flights were impacted and cancelled in Delhi airport as well. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah also today held emergency meetings with the district deputy commissioners to ensure that the relief reaches to the people and people are evacuated to safety. That remains the biggest priority as uncertainty and looms large along the border areas, as Pakistan on the second night resorted to artillery shelling, which has been responded to by India,
Reporting from
by the
Kupwara,
army.
they're one of
Here
the
what
worst
they said
border
in a
districts
statement that
affected
it was
by Pakistan's arbitrary shelling. And of course, that's also a place where I think the Foreign Secretary did talk about Pakistan hitting out, targeting Gurudwaras, and also suggesting that there is an attempt to create communal discord in the country. Nazir, will come back to you. Harsha, you know, one of the most defining images of the country's preparedness for a time like this for me was, you know, the Sonar Killa or the Golden Fort of Jaisalmer going completely dark, because that was, we've all used to seeing this extremely, popular tourist spot in its glory with full lights. But yesterday, when I saw that, it is a defining image for the time to come. Tell us, how are people in Rajasthan reacting to the fact that several military bases, Air Force bases of the state were also on the target list of Pakistan? Of course, fortunately, all of them have been neutralized by Indian Armed Forces, but clearly this would mean something.
Well, yes, you know, there is a sense of tension and uncertainty definitely in Rajasthan also, because like you said, 3 bases in Rajasthan were attacked. Rajasthan has the longest border with Pakistan, over 1,000 kilometers. In fact, the IG of Jaisalmer range, Jaisalmer Jodhpur range, is touring all the villages, and I caught up with him a little while back here in this village, which is about 40 kilometers from the border. Interestingly, this village actually witnessed the war in 71, and I met a lot of older people who said they were 8, 10, 12 years old when the war happened. And they remember that, you know, there was a lot of shelling. They also remember that a lot of shells fell here, and a lot of them did not explode. And then the army came in and, neutralized them. So those were the memories they were sharing with me. They were also told that each village was given a gun in the 71 war, so they could, patrol at night. But now, of course, things have changed on the ground. And like you said, it's lights out from midnight to 4 a.m. and that's going to continue in these border areas. Also, the IG told me that they're severely restricting the movement of people. So you're not allowed to go into the border. Outsiders are not allowed to, in fact, even go beyond a certain point, which is 30 to 40 kilometers away from the border. Also, they're not allowing, this is a pastoral economy. You have a lot of shepherds who roam around with their goats and sheep. They have been told not to at all go towards the fencing, because sometimes they do go through the sand dunes grazing their animals. They've been asked to stay away and, go more inwards. So these are the kind of precautions that are being taken. Also, the IG said on record that the number of calls from Pakistan have definitely increased. So there's a number of, telephonic activity that is happening. They're guiding people how they should respond, not to give away necessary information, not to, if they see anyone photographing any kind of equipment or military installation or photographing any kind of movement, they're supposed to report it immediately. Because remember, it's also the response of people on the ground, which leads to this alertness. So we've seen that the police, the machinery, the administration is doing their best to make people aware and alert, so that the response is quick and effective.
And it was a long night last night, and perhaps all these border districts and the officials are preparing for another long night tonight, as well as the sun goes down. And I can see the sunset behind you, Harsha. You were speaking about the IG. You spoke to IG Jaisalmer. Let's listen in to the preparations that are being put in place, the civil defense systems which have been now on high alert.
Given the sensitive situation and the border areas, IG Vikas Kumar is touring villages and personally going and, of course, bolstering everyone's confidence. But there are certain developments that have happened, Mr. Vikas Kumar, recently. And we've been told that there were attempts at Nal, Falodi and Uttarlai. So are you going to be visiting those areas?
Yes, tonight I will be going to the Falodi Air Base area. I had a talk with the commander over there. There is nothing which can be said to be dangerous. I mean, this is all technical. If there were some attempts, it were technical attempts. Nothing on ground to be afraid of. As per information, we are safe. Our bases are safe. Nothing is which is a concern. But yes, situation is tense but under control, and we are in control.
Sir, you are actually the Inspector General of the entire range, and the entire range actually encompasses a very large part of the western border. So you're going to villages. What is the situation here? What is our standby measures? How alert are we? And what are the special security arrangements that are in place? For example, leaves being removed, or you're telling people, not to listen to WhatsApp or report any suspicious movement.
See, Jodhpur range has got a border with Pakistan of almost 700 kilometers. I've covered almost the entire area. Today I'll be finishing the entire area. I've gone to almost 20 to 25 villages, interacted with villagers, and briefed them about what to do, what not to do. Basically, there are three things. One is security, how to secure yourself, how to secure the vital installations, and in case there is some emergency, how to react to that. That is the one thing about security. The second thing is how to cooperate. When armed forces are moving, police is moving, some information is sought. So how to cooperate, how to facilitate those things to our armed forces. That is being briefed to the villagers. And third is to honor the way they are standing with us, their confidence level, the kind of courage that they are showing. I do not think that any power on this earth can think of eyeing this area.
Well, Gurpreet, you're in Firozpur in Punjab, also a border district. Tell us what kind of security arrangements are in place. Is there, any limitations on the kind of movements that people are able to do? And also tell us, how is the administration looking at this? Because Punjab too was on the list of the targets by Pakistan. And of course, yesterday we did see that blackout in Amritsar. So clearly there are preparations that are happening. But what is the assessment of readiness of the state?
Well, we have seen multiple decisions had been taken in the various border areas of Punjab. We have seen these blackout rehearsals are being carried out at various locations. Not only in Amritsar, we have seen in Firozpur also that was carried out from 9 to 9:30 p.m. last night. At the same time, we have seen the mock drills are being conducted. If we can talk about the restrictions at the border, we have seen the beating retreat ceremony, which was earlier happening at Hossainiwala border. That has also been closed, and at the same time a beating retreat ceremony which was happening at Amritsar Atari Wagah border, that had already been closed. But here in the border area of Firozpur, we have seen only the people who are living near that villages, they can be allowed, otherwise nobody is allowed to move towards our border. Some of the people from this Firozpur, they are with us. So we have been traveling from one village to another village. We have seen the spirits are very high of these people. They are saying we have already seen the war in 1965, 1971, and we are familiar with the system also. But these peoples, we have seen some of the villagers, they are leaving their children and the family members, the women and old people, they are sending them to the safer places, but they are still in the villages and they want to take up a stand by the forces. We will talk to these people from Firozpur, we will talk to them. तो लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि जैसे एक्शन पे एक्शन बात कर रही है, टेररिज्म के अगेंस्ट एक्शन किया जा रहा है, लेकिन कल हमने देखा कि जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से मिसाइल और ड्रोन की जो हमारी तरफ लॉन्च किए गए, हमारा जो डिफेंस सिस्टम था उन्होंने उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया, लेकिन कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, हमारा फिरोजपुर वासियों का यही मानना है कि ये जो मोदी जी ने टेररिज्म के ख़िलाफ़, आतंकवाद के ख़िलाफ़ ये जो एक मुहिम शुरू करी है, इसको अंजाम देना बहुत ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पहलगाम के अंदर धर्म के आधार के ऊपर हमारे जो वहाँ पे पर्यटक गए थे, सैलानी गए थे, उनको जिस तरीके से मारा गया, पूरी दुनिया के अंदर एक ऐसी स्थिति थी जैसे शर्मशार होने वाली बात थी कि हमारे पास टूरिस्ट कैसे आएगा, लोग देश के जो बाहर रहते हैं वो कैसे विश्वास करेंगे, और वो भी खासकर धर्म पूछकर। और मैं सल्यूट करता हूं हिंदुस्तान की आर्मी को, नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को, देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी को और रक्षा मंत्री श्रीनाथ सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने 15 दिन के अंदर पाकिस्तान जो आतंकवाद की मशीनरी जो फैक्ट्री है उसके अंदर जाकर के उसको ध्वस्त किया है।
तो बिल्कुल, लेकिन अगर फिरोजपुर की बात करें तो फिरोजपुर में हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार जो यहाँ के लोग हैं वो कह रहे हैं हमने 1965 की भी वॉर देखी, 1971 की भी वॉर देखी, अब भी हम देश के साथ खड़े हैं।
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं जी। जब कोई हमारा दुश्मन हमारे घर में आकर हमारे किसी सदस्य को मारेगा तो ये कौन व्यक्ति इसको बर्दाश्त करेगा? उसका जवाब हमें देना ही पड़ेगा। और ये ही मौका है, आज हम अगर पड़ोसी जो देश हमारा दुश्मन है, जो हमारे घर में इतना आतंक फैला रहा है, हमारे सदस्यों को मार रहा है और उसका कोई रीज़न नहीं है, इसी हमें उसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा जी। अगर हम नहीं जवाब देते तो हम गलत हैं।
Well, we have seen these people, they are saying we are with the forces, and the way this drive has been started by the Indian government against terrorism, that should be continued. Back to studio.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, because there is a great degree of caution which is being exercised. I would request Chinna also to stay safe because he's reporting from one of the border districts. And today was the day of all-party meeting. The entire political class, the entire polity of India spoke in one voice, spoke about solidarity, spoke about national unity. And Vasudha spoke to Asaduddin Owaisi, MIM chief. Listen in to what he told her.
Thank you, Mr. Owaisi, for speaking to NDTV. So this whole insistence on getting the resistance front banned using India's diplomatic channels, can you explain to us why is it so important?
See, what is to explain in a minute what is Pakistan. Yesterday, the janaza prayers of all those terrorists who were killed in Operation Sindoor was offered by one Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who happens to be the son of Hafiz Saeed, and who's a designated terrorist in US. Now this person performs a namaz in janaza, and behind him stands all those banned organization people, and behind them stand in the next line Pakistani military people in army uniforms. So this is what it is. So when a person is leading the janaza, who's a designated terrorist, so I think so our government must immediately tell the US that please designate him as a foreign terrorist within your country, and then take it up in United Nations Security Council and designate him as a terrorist. That organization must be designated. We have signed a trade deal with UK. Now, why can't we impress upon the UK government that within your country, tell your treasury to designate them as terrorists and then use their help in Security Council? Thirdly, we have signed, President Trump is saying that there's going to be zero tariff, so we must impress upon them that, you have to designate this person, this organization as a foreign terrorist organization, and bring Pakistan in FATF grey list. That is very important. Then only they will bleed economically. All this loud talk of we are karenge, we'll do this, we'll do that, will be shattered. And fourthly, we are exporting so much from China, importing from China more than what we're exporting. We must tell the Chinese also. What is this? This cannot be one-way street. If the Chinese can really use their influence, impose upon on Pakistan what India wants, and tell the Pakistanis to hand over those terrorists to us, we'll follow the due process in our country, and then the courts will decide what fate should be done to them.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar on X, a good meeting with Adil Al-Jubair, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia this morning, shared India's perspectives on firmly countering terrorism.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back. A day after India carried out precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan, Pakistan has retaliated, but its attempts targeting several cities in India have been neutralized by the Indian Armed Forces. The choice of de-escalation is with Pakistan as it escalated the situation with the Pahalgam terror attack, and India is only responding through Operation Sindoor. That's what the Foreign Secretary of India, Vikram Misri, said today in a special briefing. He has also said that India's approach is not to escalate the situation and that India is only responding to April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. He's also talked about Pakistan being the epicenter for terrorism for several years now. In fact, Maria, I do think that India is building a very strong, genuine, data-backed, evidence-backed case against Pakistan to alienate this country as a sponsor of terrorism for several years.
That's right. And this dossier, as Vikram Misri said, it has shared such dossiers in the past. It did so after 26/11 as well with Pakistan. But what Pakistan did was to stonewall investigation, and every time a dossier is submitted, Pakistan uses that as an evidence to cover its track. And as far as India is concerned, we are preparing for another long night, and there is a lot of, I would say unease along the border districts, because what will happen tonight, we really do not know. Ghazali is reporting from Poonch. Let's see this ground report and then we bring in the guests.
अभी शेलिंग हो रही है तो क्या अब आदत सी हो गई है कि शेलिंग हो या ना हो, मतलब इस इलाके को अब नहीं छोड़ना, यहीं रहना है?
सर इलाका छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे हम? घर तो बना हमारा घर है,
हमारा देश है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे?
नहीं, मैं इस इलाके की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश
छोड़ेंगे इस इलाके को हम? ये हमारा वतन है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये शेलिंग से डरते डरते हम कहाँ तक भागेंगे? ये हमारा देश है, हमें अपने सैनिकों पे, अपने भारतवर्ष पे, हमारी सरकार पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। पाकिस्तान एक कायर मुल्क है, वो निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमले करता है। ये जो किया पाकिस्तान ने, हमारी सेना पे हमला करने की उसकी ताकत नहीं है। जो ये किया है, ये हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमला किया उसने। जो अभी पहलगाम में हुआ वो भी हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने हमला किया, और ये जो किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर। हमारी सेना से वो डायरेक्ट कभी नहीं लड़ सकता। हमारा देश एक पावरफुल देश है, इसके आगे पाकिस्तान का कुछ भी नहीं चल सकता। और ये ऐसे हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डराना और हमारे दिलों में भय पैदा करना चाहता है कि ये लोग यहाँ से भागें। ये जो पुंछ में किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने किया है। उसके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि हमारी आर्मी से सीधा जंग करे वो। तो ऐसी हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डरा के कि ये लोग यहाँ से भाग जाएंगे। देखो भैया, हम 47 में POK से छोड़ के आए हैं। हम वो लोग हैं जो हमारे बाप दादों ने गोलियां खाई हैं और हमारे परिवार के परिवार उस समय भी विनाश हुए हैं। तो आज हम भागने वाले नहीं हैं। ये पाकिस्तान अपने दिमाग से निकाल दे कि हम यहाँ से भागेंगे। हम यहाँ डटे हुए हैं और अपने देश की सेना के साथ भी खड़े हैं। हम जो भी होगा, हम कहीं भागने वाले नहीं हैं भैया यहाँ से।
तो प्रशासन ने कहा है यहाँ से जाने के लिए आप लोगों को?
हाँ, प्रशासन ने हमें कहा है कि आप कहीं सेफ जगह पे अपने बच्चों को अपने सेफ जगह पे चले जाओ। तो वो हम प्रशासन के साथ हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मगर हम अपने घर हम छोड़ कर जाएं।
गेहूँ कटाई का भी सीज़न है?
हाँ, गेहूँ कटाई का सीज़न है भैया। गेहूँ देखो आपके सामने ये पड़ी हुई है, इधर हमारी काट के रखी हुई है हमने। तो क्या करेंगे अब? ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है। हम अपना देश, अपना घर कभी छोड़ के भागने वाले नहीं हैं। हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं भैया।
So this is the underlying sentiment here, that they are not going to leave this area no matter how heavy the shelling happens here, and they are blaming Pakistan for deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the residences here, thinking that perhaps these people will leave this area and leave this entire region and move to safer locations, though they have moved their family members to other areas, to other designated safe locations suggested by the district administration in Rajouri. But the male members of the families are back to this location. They are still lying, they still sort of staying here to guard their fields, and they say that they stand with the army, with the forces and the district administration.
And NDTV will continue to get you all the ground reports from the front line through the night and also tomorrow as well. Joining us now is Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council Secretariat. We have Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat. Brahmachalani is strategic affairs expert, and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi is defense expert. Ambassador Dogra, the messaging that came in today from the press briefing, the second one, which happened only after the successful execution of Operation Sindoor 2.0.
Well, I would like to take you back to your show in the morning when I was talking about the need for reaching out to the world, and you ended the show by saying that MEA would be listening to this. So your words were prophetic. MEA did listen, and the briefing, the second briefing by Foreign Secretary and the two young Defense Services officers, was in the best tradition of Indian emphasis on sobriety, on being matter of fact, and on being professional. So they have reached out to the world and reached out to the world in a very detailed manner, listing out what compelled India to take the action that it did after the Pahalgam, and after giving considerable amount of time for Pakistan to mend its ways. Then they detailed what happened yesterday and today. So I think all in all, there should be matter of satisfaction that India has now, in a systematic way, reached out to the world. Now it depends, of course, on the world also to react through its influencers and opinion makers, because the leaders are in tune with India's needs at this hour, and also India's necessity and compulsion to respond to Pakistan's actions.
Right. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, how do you also see Pakistan's retaliation, which has happened in the early hours of today and last night, because they have also tried to target several cities of the country of India, specifically military bases and also Air Force bases. Of course, those attempts have been neutralized by India. But what does this mean for the nature of this conflict? Do you see this as a prolonged conflict? Do you see escalation being centered around this and being initiated by Pakistan in this case?
It was very much expected that Pakistan will resort to something what they did in the last night between 1 and 2. Our armed forces were very well prepared to react to their response. Pakistan as a state has failed, and the Pakistan army is not a professional army. They behave like rogues. The one which deals through the terrorist cannot be a real professional. Their terror is a means of statecraft in Pakistan, and therefore one can expect anything, any sort of nuisance, and therefore I feel for a few days it will definitely continue.
Okay.
But Pakistan does not have the will to go beyond this. This type of what they did last night, they will do at some other places also. They'll try some more incursion of this type, not with the soldiers. They will not do that. But what they did by missiles, drones, this type of things will continue. But our armed forces are very well prepared. We are very well equipped. We have a leadership which is strong, and also we have the masses which are with the armed forces, and all political parties with the armed forces.
Absolutely.
So that's a very big thing, very big change between Pakistan and India.
Yes. Dr. Tarakarta, we have been talking about how there is repeated falsehood by Pakistan. The Press Information Bureau Twitter handle has been countering that effectively as well, because they understand that this is the fog of war, the psyops are continuing. What the Foreign Secretary said with regards to two aspects of it. Neelam Jhelum project targeting is falsehood, and he also went on to say that if there is an attempt to create some kind of communal discord or tensions between communities, it is being done by Pakistan, because they have also gone ahead and targeted the Sikh, Sikh community places in Jammu.
Yeah, indeed, that danger was always there. I mean, they have used, the whole Khalistan history, and the fact that we have, we allege that we targeted the Neelam Jhelum project, which like I said, I have no idea, but their ministers have been saying we are open to targeting anything on the Indus. So I'm hoping this is not a ploy for them to get into an attack, attack fight, because right now they are doing complete mirroring of what we are doing, of course, with a little bit of additional salt and pepper on it. In fact, in terms of the defense minister saying we give a complete free hand to our armed forces, which is, well, ridiculous, because I don't think the armed forces need their permission. In this case, I'm just wondering whether they will now turn around and try and attack a dam site. There's nothing much you can do to a dam site. It's all signaling. But what I really want to differ is that the extent of Pakistani strikes yesterday was not something I expected. I mean, this is across 1,600 kilometers.
That's right.
So there is a deliberate effort to escalate.
Right.
And, there's the saying that know your enemy, right? So I don't understand why they're doing this.
Right.
There is something else here which we are missing. And I'll come to that later. I don't want to go on.
So are you saying that we do not know the enemy? I'm sure India is not really underestimating Pakistan, knowing fully well their nefarious designs, how they have carried out in the past, and how every time there have been attempts, India has managed to thwart them. But they know, Indian forces know about it. Would you not agree with that, Dr. Tarda Karta?
We do. I mean, we've gamed practically every eventuality, right, in the past so many years. We've also, but never thought, I mean, we've never seen Pakistan behave like this. I mean, let me take you back to the time when, you know, like a missile went across, right, into Pakistan. That was a mistake. And their reaction was very mature. They didn't take a big deal out of it. They kind of backed off. So there have been many occasions in the past where the Pakistan army has behaved with absolute rationality, right? They do the terrorism thing. The why they did this particular terrorist attack at this time itself, to me, is not entirely clear. I don't like going into a war where I am not clear what exactly is going on. This escalation is unusual. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Shilani, you know, every time you would read about India and Pakistan, there was this one phrase that a lot of other countries would use, and that was non-state actors. You know, that always would seem like they would try giving alibi to Pakistan. But given that we've had a lot of diplomatic solidarity and support pouring in for India, how do you see diplomatic pressure building on Pakistan this time? Is it going to be different? Is it going to be, you know, difficult for Pakistan to get away with something like this?
Vasudha, first, Pakistan's response is exactly the way they responded after the Balakot airstrike. Remember, it's right after the Balakot airstrike, which was a single strike on a single terror camp. They sent a wave of warplanes into India's J&K. They bombed an Indian military base. They tried to be very dramatic in their response. And the similar way, last night, they tried to outdo India's initial phase of Operation Sindoor. But to answer your question, the only important country to criticize India's Operation Sindoor is Pakistan's close ally, China, which condemned the Indian strikes as regrettable. No other power in the world has criticized India for conducting strikes in Pakistan. The reason is, India is not the only country facing Pakistani terrorism. Pakistan's other neighbors, Iran, Afghanistan, including Afghanistan under the Taliban rule, they complain that Pakistan is sponsoring cross-border terrorism against them. And over the years, as is well known, the footprints of many terror attacks in the West have been traced to Pakistan. The US found Osama bin Laden living where? Living in Pakistan, next to the Pakistan Military Academy. Other terrorist leaders captured since 9/11, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Al-Qaeda's third in command, and Abu Zubaydah, Al-Qaeda's operation chief. Where were they found? They were found living in Pakistan's heartland. This prompted a number of US officials, including Hillary Clinton, famously in 2011, she warned Pakistan that you can't keep snakes in your backyard and expect them to bite only your neighbors. Yet, Islamabad has continued to keep these snakes in its backyard and to offer us snake catching expertise when these snakes escape, right? Today, for example, Pakistan we all know is an arsonist, but look at the Pakistani reaction, the government reaction. They're claiming they are the fire brigade, not the arsonist, the fire brigade, even though they have been, setting fires in South Asia for decades. So that's the Pakistani state. And as you know, we don't have to, it's not just that we know the Pakistani state well. The Pakistanis themselves know the Pakistani state well. For example, Nawaz Sharif said publicly, he said the Pakistani military used to be a state within a state.
Right.
Today he said the Pakistan military is a state above the state.
Right.
That is the state of affairs in Pakistan.
Right.
Okay, so if we were to say, Ambassador Dogra, that do we really know our enemy? Because I think that is very, very critical here. It's a rogue state, a state which is not really functioning like a state. We do not know who to engage with there. Its army is being driven by terror outfits. You have a case in which, when the family members of Masood Azhar lost their lives in the terror strike, there was presence of Pakistani military in that, namaz-e-janaza that happened. So if that is the linkages that we are looking at, who do you speak to?
Well, firstly, to answer your question, do we really know Pakistan? I won't call it enemy, because Pakistani people are not our enemies.
Absolutely.
Pakistani establishment is our enemy. Now, we do not know Pakistan, though we were of the same stock, but 70 plus years of separation have brought in a lot of gulf, because we are not familiar with what ticks in Pakistan. Indians are not easily allowed access, let's say in Karachi or Rawalpindi and so on, except in a very measured manner, even for our diplomats. So our knowledge of Pakistan is second-hand. We used to have intense and very close interaction when we were in Karachi, when we had the consulate in Karachi. But that is past history.
Right.
Pakistan today exists at various levels. One, the feudal class has had its days. Second, there's a rising young class to which Imran Khan had appealed with great benefit to himself and great effect. The third is the political class, which is not really taken seriously by anyone in Pakistan, because they think they are the most corrupt people in Pakistan. Finally, it is the military, where it depends on who's the head. For example, I think Ms. Tara mentioned about the misdirected missile strike, or loose cannon missile, BrahMos, which went into Pakistan during the time of General Bajwa. He took things responsibly and did not allow any escalation to happen. Had it been General Munir, God forbid, what might have happened? So it also depends on the character of the chief. Unfortunately, Pakistan has had irresponsible chiefs, and I use my words very carefully. Yes. Irresponsible chiefs most of the time, ranging from Musharraf to Yahya Khan, who split the country into two. And Munir falls in the same pattern. So that is why I'm afraid that I will not be able to say that we know Pakistan, because Munir is an unknown quantity, and his actions, ever since he made that speech of Hindu, 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 have been very, very hostile, calculatedly hostile. So one does not know which direction he will take tonight, tomorrow night, and thereafter.
Absolutely. Renewed hostilities have surfaced again, and it's a very valid point that Ambassador Dogra is making, that we need to know our enemy. And conventional deterrence is something that all experts have been talking about. To hit out at the enemy properly in a sustainable fashion, it's also important to know what the enemy is capable of, isn't it?
Absolutely. Thinking about what the enemy is thinking and planning accordingly. Thank you so much for joining us, Rajiv Dogra, Lieutenant General Chaturvedi, Brahma Chelani, and Dr. Tara Kartha. That's all from us on the special broadcast. We'll continue to track the story, all aspects of it, very, very closely. Coming up shortly on NDTV will be a special ground report with Shivarur, who continues to travel deep inside the frontline districts and various border districts along the line of control.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Operation Sindoor press briefing. India calls out Pakistan. Pakistan objected to TRF mention at United Nations. Pakistan attempted to escalate tensions late night and early this morning by targeting military installations in 15 cities of India, including in Jammu Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. World Bank President meets Prime Minister Modi. First meet in the midst of suspension of Indus Water Treaty. Pahalgam attack aftermath. Government has banned Pakistani content on OTT platforms now.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise
Hello and a very good evening to To our viewers joining us from India and across the world, this is a continuation of our special ground coverage from Jammu and Kashmir in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack and now Operation Sindoor. And what a day it has been. If Operation Sindoor Part 1 was something that made military history, Operation Sindoor Phase 2 is something that has taken things entirely to the next level. India has used drones to strike in Lahore. India has used combat aerial vehicles to strike at the heart of air defense in one of Pakistan's biggest cities as part of Phase 2 of Operation Sindoor, a retaliation for what happened in Pahalgam. Chinese equipment stands defeated in at least Lahore. There are still many claims and counterclaims. Here on NDTV, of course, we will give you only the facts as a continuing fog of war, especially from Pakistan, continues to darken. The other big story that we've been tracking, of course, is Pakistan's big retaliation that we now know consisted of many missiles and drones targeting at least 15 Indian cities, has failed completely. 100% failure of Pakistan's missiles and drones being reported by the Indian government thanks to India's integrated air defense system. The anatomy of this entire ballet of sophisticated weapons in the air is something that we're going to decode on this special broadcast from here, very close to the line of control in Kupwara sector. Welcoming onto the show because we want to get only the best experts and best minds on a complicated and shape-shifting subject here on India Matters. I'm joined by our favorite air power analyst and writer, Angad Singh. Thanks, Angad, for being with me this evening. Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain, one of the most respected commentators on defense. He's been, among many other things, a corps commander at the Srinagar Corps in Jammu and Kashmir, and has had many other assignments as well. And in a short while from now, we'll be joined also by Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria, former Chief of the Air Staff. Thanks, gentlemen, for being with me. General Hasnain, I'll kick it off with you first. Operation Sindoor 2.0 has basically consisted of Indian drone strikes on cities in Pakistan. Never mind what the Pakistanis are admitting or not admitting, the Indian government has said Indian drones struck in Lahore and have destroyed systems there. Your first reaction, sir?
Well, Ashif, first of all, Operation Sindoor 2.0 is a escalation which Pakistan has initiated on the night of the 7th and 8th of May. Its escalation completely failed, although I am somehow convinced that Pakistan was attempting to sort of try a low-key kind of an escalation and perhaps did not go whole hog. But anyway, our AD systems were completely effective. The integrated AD system ensured that all the missiles and drones which were launched at the 23 cities and airfields were all neutralized effectively. Having said that, the next cycle, perhaps Pakistan was expecting that this would be taken as the end of the escalation, but India has decided to respond, and I think very effectively and correctly, because the kind of response which came from Pakistan was not really expected. It was expected that Pakistan would probably tone down its overall response in the manner in which it happened after Balakot, but a very kind of a dynamic response came against 23 cities, which could not be taken lightly. And the government of India has very correctly decided to respond to that again. Now, of course, the most important aspect is the Chinese radars, which make up the air defense systems of the important cities of Rawalpindi and Lahore, have both been taken out. And I'm sure Angad will comment on that more in greater detail. But that itself has punched a hole into the air defense system of these two very important areas in Pakistan, leaving them free and vulnerable to the employment of Indian drones or missiles against them. We have demonstrated the fact that we are not targeting any civilian areas at all. Unlike Pakistan's targeting of the line of control, where across in our areas, they are only targeting our civilian areas, 20 casualties in our villages. there is something which is absolutely heinous as much as what happened in Pahalgam. India continues to maintain and ensure its human rights stance is absolutely correct.
In fact, General Hasnain, at the end of our show today, I'll be playing out my ground report from here at the line of control in Kupwara, where I visited one such village which has similarly been shelled. But coming to you, Angad, with the usual, acknowledgement that we are in a fog of war situation, the Indian government statement today on a drone strike in Lahore, disabling an air defense system there, of Chinese origin. What is your take on that? Can you analyze that and tell us what you think of how it happened?
This is something the Indian military and the Indian Air Force in particular has trained for and is equipped for a long time now, Shiv. We've seen demonstrations of this periodically in the desert at the Vayu Shakti exercise. So we've seen effectively this concept in action of anti radiation drones taking out air defense sites and air defense radars. I think this reaction was inevitable given that Pakistan escalated yesterday. I think the initial Indian strikes were warranted, and the Indian statement and the choice of targets were designed to give Pakistan an off-ramp from further confrontation. And I think like in 2019, I think Pakistan has overplayed their hand by reacting in this way to what any normal country would accept as a justified strike on a non-state, non-military, non-civilian target, on a absolutely black and white, explicitly terror target. For a country to react this way at this scale, it kind of perhaps inadvertently, but it certainly shows them for what they are, which is to say an avowed and open supporter of terror.
Angad, before I go back to General Hasnain, I wanted to ask you, your view on the things being said about what this drone strike in Lahore says about the Chinese-supplied air defense system. I think it's called the HQ-9, if I'm not mistaken. Is there, does this pronounce something about that system, or is it too early to say?
I think it is too early to say, Shiv. Generally, long-range air defense systems like the HQ-9 will have radars that are optimized for those ranges and those sorts of engagements against enemy high-value targets, against enemy fighters and so on. And so they need layered air defenses to support the actual main radar and missile sites against things like drones and short-range munitions. And either these sites were not equipped with those layered defenses, or these drones were able to penetrate those short-range defenses and carry out their mission of suppressing the air defense sites.
General Hasnain, the other, the part two of what the Indian government statement today was, was about Pakistan's use of missile drones to try and hit military establishments in a whole range of Indian cities, from Srinagar, Avantipura, Jalandhar, Chandigarh, Adhampur, Amritsar, Uttarlai, and so many others. And not a single one of them apparently hit. The Indian government has said India's integrated air defense, intercepted every one of them, which is, an incredible feat. What did you think about that? We've seen pictures of some of those intercepted pieces of incoming projectile in places like Amritsar and elsewhere. This was pretty big, wasn't it?
Shiv, I'm particularly impressed by the fact that our integrated air defense system has proved to be that efficient. The air defense component of the Indian Armed Forces hasn't really been activated for a fairly long time. In fact, almost since 1971, if you look at it. And in this particular case, it has demonstrated its efficiency to a very great extent. I'm not sure how serious was Pakistan's intent, but obviously when you're firing at 23 cities or airfields and a slew of missiles and drones are being used, obviously there is a serious intent, I take it. Now, I think the S-400 Triumph, on which we have spent how much? 39,000 crores, what I remember, for 5 regiments. I'm not even certain if all 5 regiments are there. I think 3 regiments or 4 regiments had finally come in. So that is it's a great investment, I would say. It's absolutely an investment which is paying itself back in a single night. If the integrated AD system could take down all these missiles and drones, then obviously it has delivered completely, I would say. The next thing that I would warn about, either this escalation comes to an end here this evening, or tonight is the night of waiting. If tonight you find that once again there is an attempt by Pakistan, although both the NSAs are reputed to have, or rather we have heard that they have spoken to each other, we don't know what the contents of that talk has been. Pakistan may just decide not to escalate this further. But if it decides to do so, we have to be prepared for the next level, and that can go to any level as such.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Angad, I wanted to draw you in on that. The Indian government statement saying that, an unspecified number of missiles, presumably, and drones, presumably more than 15, since there were 15 targets listed in that statement, all military establishments, airfields and such, and the integrated air defense system of India kind of triggered. Can you break down what this system looks like and how it would have worked, Angad?
There's a pretty comprehensive system of airspace awareness, what in military terms would be called situational awareness, that fuses sensor information from basically any available sensor at centralized, not centralized rather, at federated nodes all over the country. And these nodes are then therefore aware of airspace not only across India's entire areas of interest, but in their specific geographical sectors as well. So as of April, I suppose all these nodes, all these sectors have been activated and have been looking skyward, and we saw proof of that yesterday, and we've seen this awareness now translate to action where they've been able to successfully intercept all these incoming munitions.
Would we be able to guess what kinds of systems would have been activated in this kind of a ballet of interceptions, Angad? Would the S-400 or the Akash or the Spider be involved, or all three? I'm only asking because there is so much buzz and conjecture and people naming all these systems. Can you give us a realistic sense?
Shiv, the answer is everything. I mean, nothing is going to be held back at this stage. What specifically was used in successful interceptions, I can't say. But what's activated is everything. At this moment, nothing that can look and shoot skyward is being held back.
Okay, I've got a couple of seconds left, but General Hasnain, when you said tonight's the night, and if things escalate from here on, we probably will know tonight unless Pakistan has some kind of an off-ramp to get off it. Can you elaborate on that, sir, very quickly before I go into a break?
I do think, Shiv, that Pakistan does not have the military capability and wherewithal today to be able to take this to the next and the next higher level of escalation. So there's been a lot of bravado which they have exhibited. They have demonstrated a hell of a lot. But I do perceive that tonight is the night in which they will take a decision to pull back. If it is not so, I think tomorrow is a day on its own. Anything can happen tomorrow onwards.
Okay, anything can happen tomorrow onwards. I'm going to be staying the night here tonight, very close to the line of control in Kupwara. Angad and General Hasnain, I request you to stay with me as I take a very, very quick break because I have to. When we're coming back, I'm going to look ahead and try and look at what could happen next. That's after this break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
And just a short while ago, I was at the line of control in Chaukibal, another town that has been shelled by Pakistan, directly in the line of fire, hitting civilians. This is what I found over there, reporting from the exact place where a shell impacted, right in the middle of civilians. might seem like the odd pothole on any road in any part of this country, especially for those of us who live in towns or cities. But what you're seeing right here is actually the impact point of a Pakistani shell or mortar that landed on the night of Operation Sindoor when Pakistan began to escalate. I'm here very close to the line of control in Chaukibal town in North Kashmir's Kupwara sector. And the shell or mortar that has landed here burst into thousands of little pieces and went straight into the houses and shops that flank this tiny little road in this small little town in North Kashmir. This little shoe shop right next to the impact point suffered the most. Take a look at that signboard. You don't even know what the shop's name is because it's been completely shattered, the pieces everywhere. Thankfully, there was nobody in the shop when this happened. But please take a look at the damage here in the shop. All the glass panes have been destroyed. They lie here in pieces. All of the glass pieces here are of the glass panes of this shop. They have to put the shutters down because nothing anymore protects them, from the elements. Completely shattered products, damage, huge amount of glass pieces everywhere, and a cost to the shopkeeper who thankfully lived about 6 or 7 kilometers away from here, and thankfully there was nothing. ये आपकी दुकान है जी, और आप नहीं थे जब ये हुआ था?
लगभग 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, सुबह के 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, तो अब तो हम उस वक्त घरों में थे अपने, तो नमाज से पहले
थैंक गॉड कि आप नहीं थे यहाँ पर।
सर जी, हम शुक्र पढ़ते हैं कि हम यहाँ पर खुद नहीं थे, तो वरना यहाँ पर जानी हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब होते हैं। जी जी, क्योंकि ये जो इलाका है यहाँ पर इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होती है, तो यहाँ पर ब्लॉक जो है नज़दीक ही पड़ता है, तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 30-40 बंदों की जान तो जानी थी फिर ऐसे। जी,
कितने शेल्स गिरे थे उस रात?
यहाँ पर लगभग इस पूरे चौकीबल एरिया में 8 से 10 शेल गिरे हैं, जो और यहाँ पर जो इस मार्केट में एक गिरा है और यहाँ से थोड़ा आधे किलोमीटर दूर एक और गिरा हुआ है।
You can see the glass pieces. Just look at the all the damage in this particular shop. And if you just walk a little outside, remember this is not a military installation as we've been reporting from Uri sector as well. This is hardly a military installation. This is where human beings live. And now all the shutters are down. You can see glass shattered everywhere, windows shattered everywhere. Some of the people in the houses have actually left and gone towards Srinagar and Sopore, which are safer territories at this point of time. Because they just don't know when that next shell is going to land. The irony of this entire unfolding situation and in many ways underlined by this horrifying crater caused by a shell here on the road in Chaukibal. I'm going to ask Ashwini to once again focus on this where the impact happened, is that India and Pakistan are currently trading in sophisticated weapons. Operation Sindoor's second phase is in full swing. Missiles and drones have been fired at India. India has used very sophisticated drones to take down air defense installations in Lahore and other places which Pakistan is not acknowledging. But the reality on the ground once again is this crater. How many more craters in how many more human settlements, non-military, innocent, human, civilian settlements is Pakistan going to target? Is going to be that big question. Remember, the army, the military today has acknowledged a large number of civilian deaths in different places. What is it going to take for Pakistan to be a true country and stop targeting civilian installations? There is a military confrontation going on between India and Pakistan. When will Pakistan stop using civilians as targets? At the line of control in Chaukibal in Kupwara, with Ashwini Mehra, Shiv Arur, NDTV. And joining us live, very privileged to be joined by former Chief of the Indian Air Force, Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria, on a day when India has announced drone strikes in Lahore and other cities of Pakistan and its integrated air defense system shooting down a myriad number of missiles and drones fired from Pakistan at Indian military establishments. Air Chief Bhadoria, thank you very much, sir, for your time here on India Matters. Privileged to be with you from here at the line of control near Kupwara sector. My first question to you, sir, on the drone strikes in Lahore, your reading of Operation Sindoor 2.0, sir.
I think Pakistan has made a big mistake by initiating action against military targets. What they've done in terms of sending drones and missile attacks on 15 bases. So this is a big mistake, and it is because of this step from Pakistan that Indian Air Force has taken the step of sending those loitering munitions. Those are armed drones. And some of the targets which videos and photographs are available and displayed. Lahore's target is fully destroyed. And I'm sure there are one or two more such targets which are being reported from Pakistani side as much, which have already also been disabled. It's a big step. Modern weapons have been used, not only loitering munition, but on some targets, S-400. Some of the information has come out. Some information will probably come out later. As you are aware, our defense services, some of the information in terms of targets achieved, they would do their damage assessment and only then release. So this is an escalatory step, but of Pakistan's doing. Our response has been firm, a very, very clear response, yet restrained. It is still with a lot of restraint, because very clearly, if we had to do a full response towards a conventional conflict build-up, we would have taken out many such targets close to LOC or close to international boundary, dealing with air defense, to suppress their air defense. We have not done that. We have done it in some chosen places to just give a measured response to their act. To me, the escalation ladder, the ball is in Pakistan's court.
Drone warfare for the first time, India using drones in this way to strike targets across the border, a very big step for India.
Yes, absolutely. First paradigm is shifted because these kind of capabilities available today at a very, very good cost. Secondly, it has its own advantages in terms of the kind of targets and kind of flexibility it gives you in targeting, and in terms of own risks which get reduced drastically. So overall, this is the new age in terms of utilization of drones and armed drones. A trailer of that was visible now, and should things continue to escalate, more such capability and activity would be seen.
Talk to us, Air Chief, about the, what you mentioned in the beginning about the integrated air defense system in India. Usually we hear about gaps and things like that. But from what the Indian government has announced today, it seems like India's air defense shield has worked immaculately. Apparently, a large number of those missiles and drones targeting Indian military establishments in 15 different cities, were all intercepted, sir. How did that work? Amazing.
Yeah. So we have a very, very capable integrated air defense system. Very, very capable. And I think most of the people know, but I would just like to remind that this entire system is indigenous. So we took some time building, but we have built it, and it is pan-India. Our entire area of operations currently that is in focus is fully covered. And you saw the result. Whatever their incursions were, everything was known, everything was tackled in time. And not only that, the initial information and some of the information based on which we would utilize S-400 initiates from here. S-400 itself is a very capable system. So when you have integrated defense system, and systems like S-400, below the S-400 we have MR SAMs, and then we have shorter range SAMs, we have Akash systems. Overall, we have a complete array of weapons towards air defense. And you saw the result. This is just a trailer, I say again. Should it continue to escalate, you will see the real capability.
I'm so... No, I hope it is a trailer, but I also hope it is not a trailer, because we don't want any further escalations, and we have sent out a very clear message to Pakistan that if there is another escalation, of course, these trailers show that India is more than ready and India's personnel are more than ready. Air Chief Bhadoria, always a pleasure to get your wisdom on this complex subject. Thank you very much for being with me, even though briefly here on India Matters. It's a wrap on today's show, but we're going to be staking it out here near the line of control in Kupwara sector. And I'm handing you over now to Maria, my friend and colleague. Maria, good to see that after a couple of days of politics, it looks like it's nation above politics finally as far as national security is concerned.
Absolutely, Shiv. It's a display of national unity. But congratulations for all the ground reports that you're bringing for our viewers. Very powerful voices that you have managed over the last 2 weeks. Hello, viewers. I'm Maria Shakil. This is the last word. 24 hours after the success of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan attempted to retaliate, targeting 15 military targets in India to no avail. Our ever-alert forces not only foiled Pakistan's devious plans, but gave it back in equal measures. Today, also saw External Affairs Minister sit face-to-face with Foreign Minister of Iran, a good friend of Pakistan. India once again called out Pakistan for state-sponsored cross-border terrorism.
Compelled us to respond on 7th May by striking at cross-border terrorist infrastructure. Our response was targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very firm response.
पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है.
Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई. यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया.
We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists.
On another front, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed the all-party leaders about Operation Sindoor. All the parties stood behind the government, speaking in one voice. Before I bring in the guests, let's listen in to the reactions that came in after the all-party meeting.
एक जुट में कहा है कि सरकार का हर निर्णय को साथ देंगे, सेना के हर कार्रवाई को साथ देंगे, कोई इसमें विरोधाभास नहीं है.
इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं.
एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के खिलाफ.
Operation Sindoor has not only served as a counter to the Pahalgam terror attack, but also a bridge across India's parliamentary aisle. In the wake of the high-stakes retaliatory mission, politics witnessed something unexpected: consensus. Leaders from the Treasury benches and the opposition walked into the all-party meeting with political differences intact, but with a shared sense of urgency and responsibility.
सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मेच्योरिटी दिखाया है. इंक्वायरीज कुछ इंफॉर्मेशंस मांगे हैं. रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है कि ये ऑनगोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए पूरे एक घटना को अलग से ब्रीफिंग या अलग से उसको प्रेजेंटेशन करना सही नहीं है।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीजें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है।
So all the leaders of the party, political parties of India have participated in this meeting and expressed their voice as one.
Even AIMIM's Asaduddin Owaisi, a frequent critic of the government, commended the Centre for Operation Sindoor. He went further, urging India to pressure the US and the UK to proscribe Lashkar proxy TRF and called on China to act against cross-border terror networks.
Bring Pakistan in FATF grey list. That is very important. Then only they will bleed economically. This cannot be one-way street. If the Chinese can really use their influence, impose upon on Pakistan what India wants, and tell the Pakistanis to hand over those terrorists to us.
In a bid to take the opposition into confidence, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh shared a crucial detail behind closed doors, telling leaders that over 100 terrorists had been neutralized as part of the operation.
They mentioned roughly, it has come in the media also, no? Roughly close to 100 people have, terrorists especially, they have passed away in the attacks.
Operation Sindoor served as a stark reminder that unity in moments of national crisis is not just expected, it is essential. As the nation watches, such political harmony shows that democracy's true strength lies not in division, but in standing together. Malavika Murli's report for NDTV.
And we will be listening to two politicians in just a bit. I spoke to them earlier today. But first up, let me bring in two former diplomats who's joining us on The Last Word tonight. Ambassador Rakesh Sood is with us. We also have Ambassador Vivek Karju. Ambassador Karju, coming to you first. The message that came in today from the Foreign Secretary's briefing was that there is no question whatsoever for giving in to what Pakistan's demand has been for an international probe, an impartial probe into the incident of 22nd. India believes that Pakistan has always indulged in delaying tactics and stonewalling investigations. We have given dossiers in the past, but after 26/11, for example, and Pakistan has used that evidence to cover up its track.
Maria, I myself have given dossiers to Pakistan when I was heading for some time the Indian delegation to the joint anti-terror mechanism, which lasted very briefly. And I know the futility of giving such dossiers to them. Terrorism is part of the DNA now of the Pakistani security forces. They use terrorist proxies to pursue their strategic objectives. Therefore, it is impossible to conceive that they would ever abandon them. Second, I think the Foreign Secretary was absolutely right when he said that the demand for impartial probes, etc., are nothing but a ruse. And it is good that we simply ignore this. There can be no doubt that this terrible massacre at Pahalgam was carried by them, out by the Pakistanis, and I don't distinguish between Pakistani terrorists and those who sponsor them, who are part of the Pakistani state. So it was a Pakistani action. I think we showed exemplary and strategic patience, like we had done in the surgical strikes and at Balakot aerial strike, to target only Pakistani terrorist installations. I think what took them by surprise was the ferocity of our action and our ability to penetrate their defenses and land ordnance in Bahawalpur and Muridske, two places which occupy a very significant, put it, a significant, even an iconic status in Pakistan's terror infrastructure. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish and Muridke of the Lashkar. So our ability to get to Bahawalpur and Muridke, I think, has shaken them. And that is why you now have a litany of lies and falsehoods being perpetuated and spoken by the Pakistanis. My last point.
Yes, sir.
I think we have what I now call by now a Modi doctrine. It began with the surgical strikes in 2016. It continued in 2019, and now it is sort of solidified with Operation Sindoor. And that doctrine is this, that if Pakistan undertakes an unacceptable terrorist attack in India, India will respond through kinetic action.
Yes.
Earlier on, and Rakesh will correct me, he's an expert on these issues, earlier on the Pakistanis used to threaten us with escalation.
Yes, and this is the model.
And my last point, just one more word.
Sure, sir.
I think the Foreign Secretary did extremely well to articulate, which some of us were saying for many years, that escalation begins with a terrorist attack. And it was very good that Vikram Misri said it loud and clear.
Absolutely.
That escalation began with what happened in Pahalgam.
Absolutely, sir. That is my question to Ambassador Sood. Ambassador Sood, India's message is that Pakistan is the original aggressor here. That it is that day, 22nd, is when the aggression began. India has only responded 2 days ago. And then again, another round of aggression came in from Pakistan when they tried to target 15 of our cities, military installations in 15 cities, which were again thwarted by Indian armed forces. Ambassador Sood, if you heard me.
Yes, I did. I agree with everything that you've said and what Ambassador Karju said. In fact, it was made clear by the Foreign Secretary that our action excluded any military targets, number one. And number two, it was intended to be non-escalatory. So there was a very clear indication. By the way, this was a very similar message that had been given in 2016 as well, after the surgical strikes, and also in 2019 after Balakot. However, the fact still remains that we still have to find a way out in order to de-escalate tensions. Because as we saw, as you yourself mentioned, today we are now in phase of Operation Sindoor 2, phase 2, as your blurb also indicates. So this is the second stage where we are now seeing drone strikes. Pakistan is blaming us. We are blaming Pakistan for drone strikes. There are reports about Lahore airport and various other airports having been closed down in on Pakistan, and that Lahore air defense has been destroyed. There were reports about an explosion there. So obviously we still don't have any route towards de-escalation. And now the question remains that what happens if there is a Operation Sindoor phase 3? What shape or color will it take? I have absolutely no hesitation in agreeing with everything that Ambassador Karju has said as well. But it is in both our countries' interests, in a sense, to find a way towards de-escalation, because I do not think that either country wants a full-fledged war, and clearly that is out of the question. We have made that clear that that is not our intention. The Foreign Secretary's statement makes that clear. And to the extent that we have seen the Pakistani statements, they have also indicated that India was the aggressor, etc., etc. So, for whatever it is worth, the idea is that both sides need to find a way out of this, need to find a face-saving mechanism out of this.
The message that came in again from India was, Ambassador Kajju, that India's retaliation was non-escalatory, very focused and very targeted, you know, with immense precision on known terror camps rather than civilian installations or military installations, as is being done by Pakistan or attempts being made by Pakistan. It's a very clear messaging coming in from India. The communication is direct, very matter-of-factly, and I would say with great degree of sobriety.
I must confess I'm a little confused.
Okay.
With what Rakesh has articulated. Of course, we should, war is not in anyone's interest. Of course, de-escalation is the right path. But it takes two hands to clap. We have shown amazing restraint. We said right at the beginning that our action is measured, it is proportionate, it is non-escalatory, it is non-provocative. Rakesh himself has said that we went after terrorist targets. Last night, the Pakistanis went after military targets to test, I suppose, our air defenses, stretching from Avantipur to Bhuj. 15 airports in all, air bases in all. Now, escalation, we are not doing escalation. Who has to walk the path of de-escalation? It is Pakistan. And I don't believe that this threat, it's gone on for too long, for decades, that this threat of nuclear, that both countries are nuclear states and therefore India should not pursue kinetic action when required, is something that India should avoid. We went after terrorist targets. They have chosen to go after military targets. We are responding. So if any country has to walk the path of de-escalation, and I think their friends, the Iranians, the Saudis, the Americans, the Chinese in particular, have to advise them. We cannot help Asim Munir if he is locked in a domestic political dispute with Imran and has to save face. We cannot help Asim Munir if he has to save face in the garrisons and if he has to save face with his generals. What do we do then? Continue to suffer terrorism?
Hold on to your thoughts, because there is a piece of breaking news that is coming in now, and these are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it. These are the visuals coming in now from Jammu. I would request the PCR director to go full frame. Yes, these are the visuals that have just now come in. India has intercepted multiple Pakistan missiles over Jammu. There is a total blackout which has happened in Jammu. We are trying to connect with our reporters now to get more details on this. So drones intercepted is what we can tell our viewers. Sirens and blackout in Jammu. Explosions now heard in Kupwara, and Pak drones have been intercepted in Jammu. Shiv is joining me on the phone line. Jammu has gone into total blackout, Shiv. In fact, more videos have started coming in now, and we will be sharing that with our viewers in just a bit. These are the visuals coming in of Jammu, in fact, which is now witnessing total blackout because of explosions that are heard in Kupwara. These are Pak drones which have been intercepted in Jammu. Remember earlier this morning, between the intervening night of 7th and 8th, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipur, Srinagar, Jammu. Now another attempt being made by Pakistan using drones. Nazir Masoodi is joining us on the phone line. Nazir, give us the details.
Well, I'm in Kupara and I could hear this a while back, sirens, sounds, and it was followed by blackout. But the worst thing is happening in Jammu, where there's a lot of chaos and confusion after sirens. There was complete blackout, and there were objects which were being fired, whether they were missiles or drones. But fortunately, our India, air defense system is activated. It appears that this army has been able to foil these attacks like they did yesterday, because yesterday there were 3 attempts in Jammu last night. One was Jammu, Srinagar airfield and Avantipura airfield. And in fact, I remember in 2021, June 20, there was the first drone attack on Jammu Air Base, which caused some damage. But since yesterday, there have been attempts, and since this evening we see this chaos in Jammu city. People are trying to figure out what exactly is happening because they can see our missiles or drones. They're flying, and I could see some of the visuals from Jammu, which clearly shows the state under attack. But fortunately, as I said, our defense system has activated like yesterday, like in other 15 cities, our armed forces actually neutralized those attacks. It appears this too has been neutralized. But it is clearly an escalation from Pakistan, where they have been trying to target people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen in Kupara there were air sirens, but fortunately there has not been any information of any attacks so far. And as the air defense system is completely activated, the way it has been foiled before, it appears it would be foiled again. But fingers crossed, we are trying to find out more what has exactly happened in Jammu.
Okay, what can we tell our viewers at this point, Nazir? Jammu has gone total blackout. Is it across the city or only in some pockets?
Most of the information I'm getting, but people should remain calm, be in their homes or wherever they are, take some shelter. That is the basic thing, because when we're talking about mock drills, these mock drills were all about educate people what to do when there are air sirens are sounded. So that's what the people should do. Just check your do blackout. Just don't have remain cautious. Be somewhere at a safe place wherever you are. And I can tell you that the way our air defense system was alert, activated, while Pakistan tried to attack 15 cities, all the attempts were failed and they were foiled. These too would be foiled. But people have to be calm, but cautious, of course, remain safe, remain alert. And there have been attempts. It's not an easy situation, we all know. There have been attempts, imagine the people in border areas. As in Kupara since yesterday, and I have been seeing here that how hundreds of people living in Tangdar and other areas of Karna, they have been shifted to different colleges and schools. It's a safer places so that they remain safe. So the administration is actually reaching out to people. I can tell you, whether this is district administration in Kupara or this is district administration in Poonch and Rajouri, they have been reaching out to people, but the large number of people had to flee from their homes in border areas for safety since yesterday morning, after Pakistan violated ceasefire, resorted to artillery shelling. Now we see this is the second attempt from the Pakistan within 12 or 15 hours to target Jammu and Kashmir, and this complete blackout in Jammu. And I believe what we are hearing, that the objects which were being fired, other missiles or drones which were being used, most of them have already been neutralized. We are trying to get more information, but for people, they have to remain calm and cautious. Be at a safe place wherever you find it.
Zali as well, because reports now coming in of a heavy artillery firing reported now in Samba sector, both artillery and drone attack which is happening in Samba. And we'll try and connect with Ghazali, who will be joining us live any moment now. But this is an attack which has happened by Pakistan, unprovoked again. Attempt by Pakistan, which is indulging in this kind of attack on India. Pakistan missiles intercepted in Jammu, and Pakistan has fired missiles over Jammu. Another Pak attack which has been thwarted now. When did this actually happen, and is it continuing here, right now, Nazir?
Well, I can tell you, as I said, Doc, this in the Samba sector, normally it is the international border. Remember, there are two types of borders, de facto borders in Jammu and Kashmir. One is line of control, which is like 700 kilometers long. Then we have from Akhnur onwards up to Kutwa, we have international border, and Pakistan calls that it as working boundary. So in that international border, there has been heavy shelling. And why there is difference between international border and the line of control? Line of control, you have it is manned by the army, and international border is manned by the BSF, and on the other side it is Rangers. So in that case, it was BSF. We don't know whether it is, but heavy shelling is going on in this international border also in Samba. We're getting more details, as I said. I am trying to gather more detail, but it is very, very tense situation along the line of control and international border in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, news also coming in of ceasefire violation by Pakistan in Samba sector. It has happened in Jammu. So artillery firing reported in fact, missile intercepted in Jammu, what we can tell our viewers. Drones and missiles, heavy artillery also being reported now. Shivarur is also joining us. Reports coming in of an incident which has happened also in Pathankot now. For all the viewers, the sense is that the civilians must stay indoors. That is the announcement which is coming in. There is a need for complete calm at this moment. That is what is needed at this juncture. So viewers, stay, Pakistan is continuing to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala. We have Shivarur joining us on the phone line. Shiv, give us the details. What are we looking at?
This is absolutely incredible footage that we're looking at right now of this late evening interception of Pakistani loitering munitions or attack drones, possibly even short-range missiles. We're not clear yet, but these seem to be loitering drones, Maria, trying to attack targets including Jammu, Pathankot and Samba. What you see on your screens are basically the Indian Integrated Air Defense System interception projectiles launching into the air and destroying the incoming Pakistani projectiles in the air. This is a huge escalation by Pakistan. Remember, this basically constitutes, Maria, the second attempt by Pakistan since yesterday to attack these cities. There's no confirmation yet from the government about whether they have attempted to attack other cities, but from these pictures that we're getting from our contacts on the ground in Jammu and elsewhere, as well as the government, is that these are basically Pakistani incoming projectiles attempting to strike with violence in Jammu, Samba and Pathankot. And these are Indian interceptors finishing them off in the air. It's an incredible display. This reminds one of what we've seen in Israel, when the Iron Dome system has taken out incoming rockets. Of course, this is a much more sophisticated system and much more sophisticated incoming missiles, but this is going to be seen as a major escalation by Pakistan. Remember, this comes after the confrontation between the two sides already, where Pakistan tried to target at least 15 cities with missiles and drones in the last 24 hours, all of which were thwarted by Indian integrated air defense. But what we're seeing now is the first visual evidence of that actually taking place, Maria. And this is unprecedented in terms of the combat visuals that we're seeing as part of this cycle of conflict between India and Pakistan. The visuals that we see in their myriad appear to suggest that multiple incoming projectiles of different kinds, possibly slow-moving drones and maybe some fast-moving missiles, which would basically mean that the integrated Indian air defense systems, which look like tracer fire, the little red dots you see are all the interceptor projectiles going up from the ground to hit the incoming Pakistani projectiles. We'll have more clarity once there is, a damage assessment. It doesn't look like any of these incoming projectiles has managed to hit their target, which is incredible. But we are still waiting because this is a live, evolving situation in different sectors. One in Jammu we can confirm, the other in Pathankot we can also confirm, and a third in Samba is what we're hearing about. There's also been a big escalation on the line of control in the Jammu sector at this point of time. I'm returning right now from the Kupwara sector where we hear that there have been sirens there as well, but we can't confirm that. But this is an incredible display of Pakistan once again daring to escalate things. This puts the ball very much in India's court once again, Maria. I think any speculation about whether this was going to lead to a de-escalation or an escalation until a few hours ago, I think the pictures that you're seeing on your screen settles that debate in a very troubling manner. Pakistan, for 2 days in a row, attempting to target big cities. Now, in Jammu, there are a lot of military establishments. The Northern Command is not very far from Jammu. It's in Nagrota, near Udhampur. You've got a lot of other military establishments in Jammu as well, a very large cantonment in Jammu. Pathankot has a large airbase. It's the site where Pakistani terrorists had struck a few years ago, if you remember.
Let me quickly go across to NDTV's Ghazali, who's in Kupwara at this stage. Just for the benefit of our viewers, Jammu, Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Akhnur presently being targeted. There's shelling which has been reported in Jammu and Pathankot, but the images that you see on your screen are of Pakistani drone strikes coming in and Indian interceptions taking place. Ghazali, from where you are, what are you seeing?
See, right now what we are picking up is that airstrip in Jammu has been attacked by rockets or missiles. Samba is under attack and heavy shelling is going on near the Samba border. We are also picking up is that there is complete blackout, not just in Jammu, but other neighboring districts, areas as well. Mobile network is down. 8 missiles is what we are picking up from locals there in Jammu, has been down there. Also, loud explosions are being heard from nearby areas in Jammu city as well. It is also being reported that the Gurdaspur, the neighboring district from Jammu, Gurdaspur, one of the Punjab's border district, is also under blackout right now. There is heavy shelling near Kupwara, and missiles and drones have been launched from Pakistan towards Jammu city. There is complete blackout in Jammu city. That's why the exact location of the impact of the attack is not yet known. But heavy shelling is being reported from most of the areas, border areas near Jammu, Samba, Arispura and other sectors.
You, Ghazali, we'll come back to you in just a moment from now. We've also got Shiva Roor joining us. But just for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in, this is news which has been breaking over the last 15 odd minutes. There is a major developing situation in parts of Jammu and Kashmir going right down to Punjab, where there have been massive attacks which are taking place, including going as far down as Pathankot. These are sustained drone and missile attacks by Pakistan which are taking place. There have been several interceptions of these incoming drones and missiles by Indian surface-to-air missile units and Indian anti-air units as well. So it's Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Akhnur. There's shelling in Jammu and Pathankot as well. This is very, very clear footage of what the situation is presently. Nazir Masoodi joins us now. Nazir, go ahead.
Do you know I'm here?
Go ahead, Nazir. You're on air.
Yeah, Vishnu, I'm in Kupwara, and since last 2 days we have seen there was heavy shelling in the border, and army has appropriately responded. But this evening there was siren, and it was followed by blackout in the town. But the worst news is coming from Jammu. There's complete shutdown, and it appears that many missiles and the drones have been intercepted by our air defense system. And it was as there were sirens, people rushed for safety, and there's really chaotic situation. And as there's heavy shelling going on across line of control and international border. And if we talk about international border in Samba, Samba, there has been heavy shelling. Since yesterday, I have seen so many people who actually fleeing from their homes from Araspora, fearing that there would be, they were fearing such, escalation as Pakistan tried to, target airbase in Jammu. That was last night also, Srinagar also, and Avantipura also. All of them were foiled or neutralized by air defense system of armed forces. In fact, I remember in June 2021, Pakistan had made attempt that time through militants. There was a drone attack on airbase, Jammu airbase, just Air Force base, and that caused some substantial damage. But this time, since the air defense system is completely activated, like the attacks that were made on an attempt to target 15 cities, as the defense ministry said, all those attempts were foiled and neutralized. It appears most of these things, attempts were foiled this evening. But fingers crossed, because this is night time and not much information is coming.
All right, Nazir, hold on for 1 second. I've got some verified accounts coming in from people in Pathankot who say at this stage that 15 kilometers away from where this friend of mine has an orchard, there is the Mamoon cantonment of the Indian Army. In that broad area, there are fireballs in the sky and non-stop explosions which can be heard at this stage. We're trying to source footage as well. So these have actually stretched a far way. There are, there would be dozens of drones in the air, possibly missiles as well. There's also heavy shelling which is taking place. India's air defense system has been entirely activated. That same air defense system had soaked up hundreds possibly of Pakistani drones throughout the day, when at least 15 targets stretching all the way from Jammu and Kashmir down to even parts of Gujarat the Pakistanis were attempting to hit them. There are surface-to-air missiles which were used to carry out interceptions. There was anti-aircraft gunfire which was used as well. Let me go back to Shiv Arur, who's also with us. Shiv, this footage is very, very clear, very, very vivid. We've got our reporters fanned out across the area, and it appears to be a saturation attack, once again targeting several areas. What are you hearing?
Vishnu, I'm hearing that you're right. This is looks like some kind of a saturation attack where Pakistan has used slow-moving, loitering munitions or attack drones of some kind, to try and overwhelm Indian air defenses. They've tried to recalibrate perhaps and use more projectiles than they tried yesterday because, as the Indian government had announced today, all of those projectiles had been successfully intercepted with not a single one of them hitting their intended target. This time maybe they tried, a fresh strategy and used more projectiles to try and overwhelm or saturate Indian air defenses. At least from the pictures that you and I are looking at, Vishnu, it doesn't look like they've been successful for the second time either. It looks like every one of those munitions coming in from Pakistan has been intercepted in the air. We don't have eyes just yet on a similar series of interceptions over Pathankot, Samba, Riasi and other places. But as you well know, Vishnu, all of these places do have significant military establishments. They have airfields as well. And this constitutes an enormous escalation by Pakistan, because this is basically the second time that country is attempting to hit both Jammu and Pathankot, and probably some of the other places in the northwest. That information is still coming in because it's an evolving situation. But for now, first images, probably milestone images. I've never seen anything of this kind before. We're probably used to seeing this kind of thing in Israel, Vishnu, but for the first time, a visual representation really of what the Indian integrated air defense system looks like when it's intercepting incoming enemy projectiles.
I'm looking at that myself. Our colleague Nazir Masoodi has just sent in some new footage which we're going to have up on our screens within moments. And that appears to show, either incoming drones and what appears to be surface-to-air missiles being fired. This would be in the larger Jammu area. It is extraordinary what is taking place right now. But at this stage, I think it's important to report to our viewers that while it is still early, we can say that there are reports of successful interceptions having been carried out by the integrated Indian air defenses. What are the integrated Indian air defenses? Surface-to-air missile units, anti-drone devices which jam drones. We've got anti-aircraft artillery also which is firing at this stage. You can certainly bet that the Indian Air Force is fully deployed and operational across the international border, on our side of the international border, covering the international border and the line of control. We have seen fierce air duels over the last couple of days as well, so that's something that we need to keep our minds on. But Pakistan reacting late tonight after incredibly successful Indian missile and drone attacks. We've got that fresh footage I was talking about on the left-hand side of your screen. It is you can see a white dot every now and again, and that white dot, or white to red, is of an incoming drone, as I understand it. So that's it was there briefly on your screen, as you can see. So these are it's unclear at this stage whether these are interceptors going up, but I would suggest that these are perhaps incoming drones to India at this stage, which would be taken out. Let me go across to Ghazali at this stage. Ghazali, for the benefit of our viewers, tell us what exactly is happening where you are. All right, we don't have Ghazali at this moment. Nazir, go ahead, tell us, what is it that you have with us?
Well, as I said, it is blackout in most parts of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly border areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu appears to be under attack. Jammu, the airfield has been, they have tried to target it, but air defense system is completely activated. Many of the, attempts and attack objects have been foiled, whether these are missiles or drones. And it is, as I said earlier, it is a chaotic situation in Jammu and also along the line of control and international border. It appears Pakistan is trying to, what their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had said, that they will avenge the attacks. They are trying to do that and targeting Jammu and Kashmir once again. We have seen because of their massive artillery shelling, large number of people lost their homes and were displaced because of the shelling, and they have been kept in different, centers by the administration. But right now in Jammu city, all again, it is complete blackout. As you can see, these objects flying, it appears to be, they are either, these missiles or drones which Pakistan is firing towards this, but air defense system is effectively neutralizing most of the attacks. We would know it would take a while because there has not been any information from the authorities so far, because suddenly there were, sirens sounded, followed by blackout, and then these attacks started, and there's heavy shelling. When I say heavy artillery shelling going on in Samba sector and also in Poonch and other areas of line of control. There were sirens in Kupara town as well, but fortunately there has not been any report of any attack so far, at least to my information so far, and the officials have not given any information or confirmation except what we heard here, sirens and people rushing back to their homes and wherever they are, shopkeepers shutting their shops. Yesterday it was at Kupara town was ghost town. Almost all the shops were closed, but during the night there was relative calm and people tried to start their...
All right, hold on for a second. We've got Ghazali with us as well. Ghazali, what are you hearing? What are you being told?
I'm being told what we are picking up is that attacks have happened near Pathankot Air Base as well. It's near Rajouri as well, Samba, Rajouri, Riasi. These are the areas where the attacks have happened. In Akhnur, there is complete blackout in Rajouri as well. all the hotels and other houses have been asked to turn off their lights. People have been asked not to go on the rooftop. Everybody is now leaving the street here. I'll just ask my camera person to show that people are now just heading towards their home. Just a few minutes ago, there was a small gathering here, but now people are just leaving. They're all leaving towards their residences. Right behind me, we have not heard anything, but what we are picking from local residents here, that explosions have been heard in the nearby areas in Rajouri as well.
All right. Did you personally see anything or hear anything?
No, not yet, Vishnu. No explosion have been heard here,
Okay.
right in the Rajouri sector. But there, locals are
it is a
claiming
large
that some
sector. It would
explosions
be
have been
elsewhere,
heard
and
a few
we've got
kilometers
this
away
footage
from
up on the screen. So I'm just trying to compile some of these areas. Bring Shiv back on in a second. Arispura, Samba, Arnya, Aknoor, Pathankot further south, Rajouri, Reasi. These are the areas that we know where these attacks have come in. Many of these have important military installations. We do know that Pakistan has been attempting to hit military installations. India, remember, earlier in the day, took out a Pakistani surface-to-air missile system in Lahore itself. They would perhaps be trying to sort of get in over here and make strikes on Indian military facilities. That would be entirely expected. We've got a sizable air defense. It's one of the most comprehensive air defense grids in the world, and therefore they are fully tuned to detecting and intercepting all of this that's taking place. The worry, of course, are so-called leakers, drones or missiles which actually do penetrate our defenses. Given the number of drones, given the number of missiles which may be fired, that is a real possibility, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. What we do know, and this is limited information at this stage, is that any Indian air defense is fully activated. It is an integrated air defense. By integrated air defense, what exactly do we mean? We've got various assets, including ground-based radars, air-based radars. We've got radars with the army as well. It is an internet. It is an interconnected digital network, also using satellite assets and other assets, airborne early warning aircraft, to actually detect incoming threats. If they're fighter aircraft in the air as well, they can use their own radars to detect incoming threats. These threats would then be prioritized, and they would be digitally assigned to different surface-to-air missile units or different assets which can actually target them. We don't necessarily have to intercept these using surface-to-air missiles. These can also be jammed. There is a system of denying drones access. That is something which has also been integrated to a large extent, as I understand it. So all of these assets will be used. And it's not just missiles and jamming which is used to take down drones. It's also anti-aircraft fire. These are often radar-guided as well to ensure that there is, it is accurate. Let me just go back to Shiv for a moment. All right, we don't have Shiv just yet. Let me go across to India's former Army Chief, General VP Malik. General Malik, your thoughts on what's happening right now across the frontier. Arispura, Samba, Arnya, Aknoor, Pathankot, Rajouri, Reasi is what we've listed so far. General Malik.
Yeah, firstly, this is a sure shot escalation of the deliberate escalation which is taking place from Pakistan's side. And I don't know how long will they be able to carry this out. And I'm sure that they would also expect that we will, like we did last night, we will respond once again. But these small drones or missiles, I don't know how much damage can they cause. Fortunately, as you have said, so far no damage has been noticed, but it can definitely be harassing. I'm not too sure how much damage they can cause to our airfields or other military installations. We'll have to wait for the results, but we have to be prepared now for escalation for the next few days, which I'm sure the armed forces would be doing so.
General Malik, that is the real reality that we are now looking at, that this could escalate. It already has. Presumably there would be Indian attacks which might go through as well. These are all air attacks so far. Escalation would mean ground assaults, and that would be the next phase, and the word war would then be used. Would that be correct?
I think we'll have to wait for a few days. You know, already what they have started shelling the civilian areas and civilian assets all along the line of control and international border between Jammu and Kathua in that area. And they have already caused a number of civil casualties on our side, in Poonch particularly. So as it is, something on the ground has already taken place. I'm not too sure they would be in a hurry to cross the line of control physically, because there are greater chances of them suffering with the kind of defenses that we have. But of course, we have to be prepared, and we have also to retaliate the shelling that is coming from that side. I'm sure that again is going on. So as I said, that we have to be prepared to protect our civilian population and civilian assets all along the line of control and this international border, and also be prepared for retaliatory responses.
Okay, let me quickly go across to Air Chief Marshal Falihomi Major, our former Air Chief. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. The integrated Indian air defense system is catered to detecting incoming threats. How does it work, sir?
Good evening, Vishnu. You're seeing how it works because this last barrage which has come in the J&K sector perhaps hasn't hit anything, which means it's working very well. Now, this integrated air defense system, as you very correctly mentioned some time back, is wonderfully linked, including satellites, where every agency and every kind of, anti-air missile system is integrated, and it senses and reacts very, very fast. And I mean, it's not very clear so far whether they are drones or missiles or any other kind of loitering
Presumably
ammunition.
both, Air Chief Marshal. Presumably both.
Okay. Because, on TV screens, you can't make out what
No,
it
you
is.
can't.
They look like tracers. So I really don't know. But I think this kind of, escalation doesn't bode well for Pakistan, because our responses so far have been so very well calibrated and, logical to keep the to maintain dominance as far as the escalation ladder is concerned. But what they are doing is perhaps the reflection of the rogue state that they are. And I do hope that they realize what they are doing, because as we speak, I'm quite sure that the other elements of our armed forces, whether it be the Air Force, the Navy, or the Army, are already carrying out certain actions and certain operations which we will not know for some time to come.
Absolutely. All right, Air Chief, just hold on for one moment, sir. I want to go across to NDTV's Shiv Arur. Shiv, there is now more and more video which is coming out. Some of it actually does appear to show interceptions along the lines of what we've seen over Tel Aviv earlier on. Some of that footage has been sourced to areas near Amritsar. Again, some of this footage we cannot vouch for the authenticity. What we have up on our screens, we can. But just broadly speaking, Shiv, what's happening now across the frontier?
Vishnu, as glorious as all this footage looks, this is a very, very serious and volatile situation that we are reporting across the virtually the entire length of the international border. This attempt, to strike in Jammu, in Samba, in Pathankot. We're hearing about the border being activated in other places, including Jaisalmer in Rajasthan and elsewhere on the international border, suggests that this is perhaps the most serious escalation escalation since Operation Sindoor and since Pahalgam, really. What you're seeing right now is multiple units of the Pakistan military attempting to strike inside India and being thwarted in their attempt to do so. The pictures on our screen, we cannot identify precisely what interceptors we're looking at actually flying up and hitting those incoming projectiles, which could be slow-moving loitering munitions, they could be fast-moving attack drones, they could be short-range ballistic missiles or other kinds of missiles, as you were talking about just now. But where we're reporting from in Jammu, in Samba, and Riyasi, Pathankot, and other sectors, it is very clear that two things are happening right now. One, there are incoming missiles and projectiles and drones which are being intercepted by India's integrated air defense shield, which has been exercised more in the last 24 hours than at any other time in its history. And point number two, as Ghazali was reporting from the Jammu sector, there has been a serious escalation on the line of control. It's already been very, very heavy firing over there, and it is happening even more so right now because Pakistan, after Lahore was struck earlier today, has decided clearly, to up the ante, heat things up even more, and attempt another airstrike type attack on India. We're hearing about some, Air Force damage on the Pakistan side as well, not confirmed. We're trying to get our contacts in the Air Force to confirm that as well. But suffice it to say that the S-400 system, the Spider system, the Akash system, many other components of India's air defense system are absolutely blazing right now, in a symphony of interceptions over Jammu and elsewhere, bringing down what appears to be a saturation attack, as you put it, of incoming projectiles from Pakistan. We'll have to wait for a little while, Vishnu, to identify precisely what the nature of those incoming weapons really are.
Shiv, be with us. We've got Ajay Sani and Ambassador Manjeev Puri with us. Ambassador Puri, let me come to you next. This is a huge escalation now. We are going up that matrix. We did send out strong signals telling the Pakistanis, look, we are trying to right-size whatever is taking place. It's clear that they haven't accepted that. In the context of that and what is taking place presently over our skies, how are you looking at the situation from an overall standpoint?
Vishnu, look, there should be no doubt that our strikes against Pakistan day and a half back, that has hit them and has hit them psychologically, forget the physical damage, etc., etc. And they need to try and send some kind of a strong message about their own strength to their own people. So they are undertaking this misadventure. But look at what the Indian Armed Forces have been able to do. Stop every single one of these projectiles, whether they were coming towards military air bases or even civilian areas. So, our abilities stand very clearly confirmed. But I want to say something else to you. Yeah. Look, the world in general, and we're talking about the major powers, the United States, etc., they have a number of times said, look, there should be de-escalation. Now, Pakistan, in my understanding, is trying to take advantage of a few days when possibly there's only talk, but no real heavy pressure, and trying to assuage their own population that, look, we were able to take some kind of revenge. I believe the world needs to wake up and now immediately sit on them and tell them, look, you have to de-escalate because otherwise it's in your own peril and the world also wants it. This is what needs to be told to them. On our part, we have been very clear. We will do things in a measured manner, in a precise manner, and without escalation. Last night, when they attacked us, we brought down all their drones, but we also took out a few of their anti-aircraft defense batteries, etc., which was absolutely well done with a degree of precision. So my own feeling is that, the biggest powers in the world, the United States, is currently occupied today with something very big. But I think that this is not going to escape them all. These visuals will reach them, and it will go beyond possibly Secretary Rubio, and the necessary calls will be made to tell them that, look, it is in their interest that they need to pull back and de-escalate. And I think others also, the Saudis, the United Arab Emirates, and I'm sure even the Chinese may tell them, look, you've done what you had to for the sake of appeasing your population, but, do understand war is at your peril. And anyway, we would ask you very much, stop and let's put an end to this.
All right, I'm going to go across to Ajay Sani in just a moment, but for now, I'd like to remind our viewers of what it is that they're seeing on their screens. Now, a lot of this has been sent in to NDTV. Some of this is on social media, but at this stage, at 9:26 in the evening and starting about half an hour ago, a little more than half an hour ago, there have been massive airstrikes by Pakistan, primarily using drones. We know that these are primarily drones because, by and large, the footage appears to be of projectiles moving at far slower speed. And the trajectory also of missiles often tends to be different. We've also got footage of interceptions being carried out. Some of that we are not airing presently because we've been unable to verify it. But our sources indicating to us that the Indian Air Force is fully activated. They are alert to these drones coming in, and there have been many interceptions that have taken place. In terms of the areas that we are talking about, the territory is extensive. Rspura, Samba, Arnia, Aknoor, Jammu, Pathankot, Rajouri and Riasi. There have been some reports suggesting targets have been, missiles have been felled near Jammu airport as well. We'll get more details on that. Shiv, go ahead. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, we're hearing from sources that a Pakistan Air Force F-16 has been shot down. It crashed somewhere near the Sargodha Air Base. Now, very, very flimsy information coming in, but at least two government contacts have said that it appears that an interception of a Pakistan F-16 has taken place. It was on a combat air patrol. It was armed, and it was brought down possibly by an Indian S-400. I have to, put the disclaimer here that there is no official confirmation just yet of this this news break, but an F-16 going down is a very, very big thing. It hasn't happened since 2019, and we are reporting right now that the integrated air defense system on the Indian side, the entire air defense shield that covers northwest and North India, including Srinagar, where I am right now, is fully active. Srinagar, where I'm reporting from right now, is also potentially a target for a similar kind of saturation attack. But the big breaking story right now is that the Pakistan Air Force, may have just lost an F-16 fighter. It is its most capable fighter, obviously, at this point of time, and it may have gone down in the entire aerial fracas that's happening between the two countries. There are missiles, there are drones, there are fighter aircraft, there are AWACS aircraft in the air at this point of time. There are projectiles flying in both directions. The entire border is active, and we're hearing first information from our sources within the government that an F-16 fighter has been shot down by a surface-to-air weapon from the Indian side. I am presuming that if it crashed somewhere near Sargodha, it's possibly an S-400, Vishnu.
Yeah, that has a range of up to 400 kilometers, depending on the variant of the missile which is used. If that is correct, and I've been trying to check out that information, in between listening to all of you. The information I'm getting is that our sources have heard about this, but it stands unverified at this stage, but there is a strong possibility of it having taken place. But what is, I'm told, verified at this stage is that 8 missiles from Pakistan, which were directed at Satwari, Samba, Rspura and Arnia, have all been intercepted or blocked by air defense units. Bringing in Ajay Sani over here. Mr. Sani, your first thoughts at what's happening?
This is kind of an imperative that has been generated by the kind of language that has been used. There are commitments that are being made to domestic populations on both sides, intended to whip up sentiments and then create expectations that the government and the army or the armed forces on both sides have to meet. And we are seeing this cycle of, I think, proportionate retaliation on both sides. I hear a lot about escalation, but I still feel that most of the reports suggest a fair degree of calibration rather than an out-of-control escalation.
All right, let's just go back to General Malik at this stage. General Malik, there is unverified information coming in of an F-16 which has been shot down, apparently in the Sargodha area. Shiv has been looking closely at that development. We are waiting for images, obviously more verification. All of that will take place. But what we can confirm is that there have been Pakistani missile attacks which have been intercepted and drone strikes which are taking place, and India is engaged the Pakistani forces. These are massive given the entire area. I've been reading that out. But General Malik, any further thoughts at this stage?
Firstly, I must say that all the action or activity that you have reported, it is quite apparent that our forces are doing quite well. And the air defense system, the targeting of the aerial, the Air Force plane on the other side, all that is doing well. And I hope and I'm sure that they will continue to do so. I'm also now looking at it. At this stage, we should be monitoring, carrying out surveillance of their ground forces, where they are, and if there is any movement from the other side. Because if they have to escalate the next step, the further one, either they will use long-range missiles or they will try and enter our territory somewhere. Maybe not tomorrow, but maybe after. That would be probably the next escalatory step from that side. Now, I have also to say that we would also be quite prepared for escalation one notch higher from them, and that has to be conveyed, which will be done maybe at the right time tomorrow. But at this stage, I suppose we would be having our complete surveillance system, ground as well as aerial and satellite imagery. All these would be very active and to monitor all the movement of the Pakistani formations and their tanks and guns, etc.
Drone attacks now being reported in Sundarbani as well. Air Chief Marshal Fali Major, come in at this stage. When it comes to drone warfare, and we've seen this in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, surface-to-air missiles are very effective in taking out drones, but they're also incredibly expensive. They're not there in the same number as, say, anti-drone, anti-jamming systems, which are cheaper, which in many cases may be as effective. So therefore, the longer this gets, India will be expending a lot of our ordnance. At some stage, this is going to become a factor, right?
Absolutely. Vishnu, I don't think that we are bringing down these drones with our, more sophisticated and very expensive munitions. I think what we are bringing down is, if they are drones, I don't know, I'm still not very sure because you can't make out a damn from these pictures. But if they are drones, there are many other ways to bring them down. But I have my doubts if these are drones because, swarm drones, all right, but they are okay for, there are troops available and things like that because they don't cause the kind of damage that we think they do. Now, but what my worry is, I'm seeing the spread of this conflict.
Yeah.
And why I say a conflict at this stage is because the kind of action which is happening is tantamount to almost a warlike situation. And if this is the spread of the conflict, I dare say that this is going to escalate much, much more than what we are seeing today. Because, as I mentioned earlier, while all this is happening, we're not sitting back pretty. We must be taking similar actions across the LC and the international border also.
Okay. Air Chief Marshal, hold that thought for a moment. A little bit more information coming in from our sources. Fazilka, Pathankot, Amritsar, Gurdaspur and Tarn are presently in a complete blackout at this stage. That reflects the seriousness of the incident. There are other areas, other parts of India as well, where blackouts have been initiated. This is standard protocol. It's something which was expected and will take place whenever incoming attacks of this nature take place. In terms of what India has by way of technology to make these interceptions, apart from surface-to-air missiles, which could include the Israeli Spider, the Akash, which is a made-in-India system, or the far more larger and more expensive S-400, which perhaps would not be used in a situation like this. There's also air defense artillery. Some of that is radar-guided. So that offers a fairly accurate way of taking down these attacks. But more than that, or as importantly, jammers, which are critical have been dispensed fairly widely now, which prevent these drones from carrying on their operations and getting to their targets. Manjeev Puri, Ambassador Puri, let me come back to you over here. India had offered Pakistan an off-ramp. Our press releases and our press statements, including by the Foreign Secretary today, were factual. They sort of stated where we are, but it's now really up to Pakistan to accept that. They don't seem to be willing to do that. In a situation like this, what does India do? Because if it's retaliation, counter-retaliation, if we go up the election, if we go up the matrix of warfare, then it's ground strikes, the movement of tanks, the movement of ships, and a lot more which can take place. Are we headed, in your mind, in that direction?
Vishnu, I completely agree with you in terms of the ladder and the way these things can go. But I also hear Air Chief Marshal Fali, Major, very carefully on the spread and what is happening. Look, we are in a world where people know what is happening. And it's not that our borders and this particular entire issue vis-a-vis Pakistan is not known to the world. The most important leaders have commented. And some of us may say, look, come on, these comments were not very focused. But the fact is that their systems are cognizant of what is happening. They also realize that we are two countries, and I don't want to overemphasize this business, that we are nuclear powered, we are both sides, we are countries of substantial armed conflict abilities, etc., etc. I think they all know this, and it is my belief that, look, the Pakistanis had to show something for their people. They are, in a sense, playing and doing whatever they can. If the word spreads that the munitions they are using really can't cause any damages, then it will go on for a few days more. But otherwise, if it appears that it is a serious set of attacks which we are able to thwart, and I'm sure we have the capacities and capabilities to do it in a cost-effective manner, then very soon the telephones will start ringing, and frankly, the ball is really in the Pakistani court. They need to understand.
All right, we've just lost that line. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah. All right, just hold on, Ambassador Puri. Let me also go across to my colleague Gurpreet Chinna, who's in Firozpur right now. Gurpreet, what's happening there?
Well, we have seen because of this border area, specifically in Firozpur, what we have learned, there is some movement, and immediately the blackout has been taken place here. So we are showing all these pictures from district Firozpur. We have seen multiple precautions had been taken all over Punjab border, whether it's Jalandhar, whether it's Amritsar. We have seen there is a complete blackout at this point of time. We have seen what we have learned from the sources. There is some movement from across the border near this Firozpur border also. That could be possible reasons why multiple precautions are being taken on the ground. If we can talk about Amritsar, we have seen
all right, some breaking news coming in right now. Our sources saying that there are sirens being heard right now in Chandigarh. There is a blackout in parts, or if not all of Chandigarh. Shops in some places are being asked to close. People are being asked to go home. We'll try and get more information on this in a little while from now. But we are told from very reliable sources, sirens in are being sounded in Chandigarh, Mohali too, in a blackout. Shops being asked to close, and people are being told to go home at this stage. General Malik, are you in Mohali, in the greater Chandigarh area right now?
I'm in Panchkula, which is further east of Mohali, is on the western side of Chandigarh. I'm on the eastern side. But, last 2 days, people have been rehearsing in all these three towns, Mohali, Chandigarh, as well as in Panchkula. And civil defense people have been quite active. So with the news that is coming from the border areas, I'm sure the administration is not taking any chances. And therefore, they are going ahead with blackout and other precautions that are required at this time.
All right. So at the moment, no air raids sounded in Mohali, but what we are told is that there are sirens in Chandigarh. There is a blackout which has taken place in Chandigarh as well. Shops are being asked to close. People being told to go home is what we are being told. Nothing in Mohali at this present juncture. Shiv Arur, come in over here. Your thoughts at this stage on what's happening?
we've just, absolute flurry of information coming in because this is a live situation where we are juggling with, different strands of information from all of these different sectors along the entire line of control and the international border that we're looking at. In fact, I just wanted to quickly read out the latest piece of information that we're getting is that a large Pakistani drone has been intercepted over Sir Creek in Gujarat. That's just been confirmed to be my contact over there. It was an army interception of a Pakistani drone over there. Some kind of targeting taking place there as well. There's a lot of chatter about more than one aircraft of the Pakistan Air Force being shot down, but we'd like to hold our horses until we get, at least a credible confirmation, because there's nothing official coming out just yet. That must be underlined right now. A lot of different things are being said, but we are making it a point, to draw a few red lines as far as verification is concerned before we put it out. Our contacts in the government, at least two of them, have confirmed that they've gotten from the system that an F-16 of the Pakistan Air Force has indeed been shot down, very likely, as you agree, Vishnu, by an S-400 interceptor from India. This means that there is an air battle as well, presumably. Apart from these missiles and drones that are being fired in different places, the blackouts in Gwalior, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Samba, half expecting it to happen any moment here in Srinagar as well, Vishnu, because Srinagar, remember, is one of those 15 cities that was, named in that target list announced by the Ministry of Defence of India earlier today. But there's this really worrying and saturated aerial symphony of destruction taking place where Pakistan is attempting to target many places. They're being thwarted. At least so far, it looks like they've been thwarted everywhere. No information to suggest that any of those projectiles has hit their targets, in Pathankot, Jammu, or anywhere else. Blackouts at air bases are only to be expected because these are military establishments, and Pakistan in the last 24 hours has made it clear that they're trying to hit those military establishments, including airfields. It remains to be seen how this night really plays out. It's still early hours. It's only 9:42 right now, Vishnu. We've got the whole night ahead of us. Usually these escalations have happened later at night, so I'm wondering what more lies in store for tonight. It looks like it's going to be very, very hot.
And there would be Indian retaliation as well. It's not as if we are just sitting around waiting for these attacks to take place. There would be an Indian retaliation. It would be proportionate to what the Pakistanis have done. I say that because that is exactly what we did today. When the Pakistanis attacked earlier on in the day, today, attacks which were handled by the Indian air defense system, India went in with essentially the same amount of force, targeting the same amount of areas and also looking to hit some military targets. Why? Because Pakistan was doing just that. So therefore, we can expect an Indian attack already perhaps underway, if not now, perhaps subsequently. So we are at this juncture nowhere close to this being right-sized. This is being escalated, but escalated so far at the level of drones and tactical missiles. General Malik, any thoughts?
Yeah, I know we have to remain alert, and at the moment it is only aerial battle which is going on with the drones and some other missiles. Drones, as Air Chief Marshal Fali Major was saying quite rightly, so far in a masked manner have been used against tanks. And unless they are very large drones and large missiles, which have been used during the Ukraine-Russia war, which have damaged buildings and other establishments. But drones per se, I don't think they are capable of causing much damage to the buildings or to the big establishment. And the kind of drones that Turkey has been selling and using, those are smaller drones. They can be used in a masked manner, but primarily they are used against the tanks. That is what we have seen in Europe so far.
All right, and just for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in right now, among other areas, among several areas where there's a blackout, also the huge Indian city of Chandigarh, where there is a blackout, Mohali as well, neighboring Chandigarh, there is a blackout taking place. There were air raid sirens, I believe, which were also heard in those areas. So So that's what we are told. That's what we know at this juncture. Let me go across to Ajay Sani at this stage. Mr. Sani, I mean, it's a developing story. I could ask you all sorts of questions, but let me in fact put that across to Ambassador Manjeev Puri. Again, what are you thinking right now as this happens? At one level, it's almost unreal. Kargil, which is a rail war which happened between India and Pakistan, was restricted to one small area. This is for the first time since the 1971 war that we are seeing this huge frontage where all of these attacks are incoming and where India is hitting back far, deep into Pakistan.
Vishnu, you're absolutely right. Look, Chandigarh is Chandi Mandir, headquarters of the Western Command. So, important that you take whatever precautionary measures which are required there. It's only about 250 odd kilometers from the border. Having said this, look, that these missiles or drones or whatever they're using may not be able to cause that much damage, fine. But, they are spreading it and they are, in a sense, playing, if you agree with my understanding of this particular thing. Look, they've been hurt domestically by that one strike in Bawalpur and by the way we've been able to portray this across the world. There is this domestic compulsion to be seen to have done something. Now, their abilities to actually do anything in any one particular sector, they shelled the areas in Pooch, we lost a Gurdwara, and they did all that. But, that brings about many kinds of negative connotation. So they are, in a sense, playing. But my own understanding is that they, without going into the thing about whether these drones are effective and if it is just a kind of, something which is not that serious, therefore it can be allowed to go on for a few days more. No, I think this particular spread will attract the attention of those who matter and those who have the ability to sit on Pakistan. And I've named a few of them. I think the phones will start ringing soon. We'll also get them. There's no doubt about that. But this will have to be brought under control because, they're giving vent to their need to assuage domestic opinion. That's fine. But they can't go about doing this because there is the danger of escalation, even though right now it may appear escalation, but may not be in reality. But the real danger of escalation is one that the world also cannot agree and allow to take place, no matter, hotheads on either side, etc.
No, I agree. We need to stay calm at this juncture and really sort of explain what is taking place from that perspective. Let's bring Shiv back on. Shiv, where are you right now? And what is some of the information that you're picking up?
Vishnu, I'm in Srinagar right now. I've just returned from the line of control in Kupwara sector where we were reporting on the escalation and shelling that continues there. We've just gotten word from Kupwara that shelling and firing has begun there as well, which basically proves that from North Kashmir all the way, to the international border in Rajasthan, things are completely activated at this point of time. We'll probably get more information about shelling taking place in the other sectors right now. But this is possibly the most turbulent live developing conflict situation and live combat situation that we are reporting, you and me, Vishnu. And things are changing literally by the second right now. Hundreds of different strands evolving by the minute, both in terms of the air defense systems of India, appearing to thwart every single incoming projectile, some of them missiles, some of them drones. There could be other kinds of weapons also being used at this point of time. We have a confirmation that, both Indian and Pakistani fighter aircraft are in the air. Sources are indicating, we don't have a confirmation, but indicating from the system, at least two of them, that an F-16 has been shot down, possibly by an S-400. There is chatter, unconfirmed. We will always use that disclaimer here on NDTV during a fog of war situation like this one, that maybe another aircraft from the Pakistan Air Force has also gone down. This is all happening very close to the international border and the line of control, Vishnu. And you've reported from there multiple times, so you know that even though the two countries have a border separating them, this is airspace we're talking about, and obviously air defense systems, anti-air systems, surface-to-air missiles, air-to-air missiles, they don't recognize those boundaries, and those ranges are well within what these systems can engage with each other. The S-400, as you rightly said, has an enormous interception range, and from where they are placed in India, we won't comment on that, to a combat air patrolling F-16 flying near Sargodha, somewhere near the international border. It is totally within range. It must have done something that was aggressive or seeming to be hostile. It was, of course, armed as well. It has been intercepted, say our sources. One other jet, we don't know what type, F-16 or JF-17, may have also been intercepted, but we will talk about that only once we have a confirmation. So on the ground, escalations in the airspace over military establishments and cities, interceptions are taking place, and the air forces of both countries are in the air. So we want to try and report this as calmly as possible, because this is a turbulent and tense situation. Vishnu, you and I have, reported from the front lines of war, and we do know that it is important right now to sift through all these strands, which only NDTV is doing, and respect the fact that this is a shape-shifting story where things can change very, very quickly on both sides. And that's the reason why we need to look at it very carefully and slowly. And remember, Vishnu, what you said is probably the most important thing. With what Pakistan has attempted to do and so far failed to do, the ball is now in India's court, and India will be hitting back. And I wonder what the night brings now.
All right, a couple of important points, Shiv, hang tight, that we have with us. Apparently, the Chaukibal area in Kupwara has been evacuated. There is heavy firing which is taking place in that area. I want to be absolutely certain as we play out these images, and we have been careful throughout the evening, all of this is deferred. None of this is live. It's coming to us from multiple sources, a lot of it from social media. We have teams which are sifting through all of this. So this is deferred. Some of this has taken place more than an hour back. We are reporting at this stage on the basis of sources that there is information now to suggest that perhaps 2 Pakistani fighter aircraft have been shot down. Remember, these may not necessarily be on our territory. It could be in Pakistani territory, given the nature of warfare that is now taking place. Air-to-air missiles with ranges of up to 200 plus kilometers exist with the air forces of both sides. Surface-to-air missiles with the ability of hitting targets out to 250 kilometers for the Pakistanis, out to almost 400 kilometers for India. That is also something that is deployed. That being the case, you don't necessarily use fighter aircraft to cross the line of control or the international border. You might need to, but there is a possibility of Pakistani jets having gone down. We don't know exactly where at this stage. Some reports suggest Sargodha for an F-16. We are waiting for footage to emerge, more details to emerge. When it does, we'll be able to confirm it. But this is coming now to us, both Shiv and me, from multiple sources, which is why we believe on the basis of sources, it is relatively safe to report this. Now, Shiv, there's a blackout where you are. Has that just happened?
It's just happened, Vishnu. There appears to be either a full blackout or a partial blackout, because the area behind me was completely lit. It's gone completely dark. I'm looking around me, very few lights actually on at this point of time. Now, this is to be expected. There was a mock drill yesterday where, lights out took place. The fact that Srinagar is one of the cities that was on that list put out by the Ministry of Defense earlier today of places that were, potentially under attack, or the Pakistan attempted to attack with missiles and drones, but were intercepted by India's integrated air defense system, suggests that a blackout, wouldn't be unexpected at this point of time. But having said that, it seems like the focus of these Pakistani incoming projectiles seems to be, in the Punjab sector, in the Jammu sector, south of the Pir Panjal, well south of where I'm reporting from in Srinagar, and other parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, even Madhya Pradesh, since the Gwalior Air Base has also gone black, could be targets for potential Pakistani attempts to attack there. But so far, I think this is by far the most interesting thing that we're looking at, Vishnu, and it's very difficult to hide these things in a time where, as we can see, every single visual on our screen, is a shaky mobile phone visual. These are all open source pictures streaming onto social media, citizens taking pictures liberally of this, fascinating, conflict taking place place in the airspace right above literally their homes, and giving us this elaborate depiction for the first time ever. I can't remember ever seeing something like this in Indian airspace, of sophisticated Indian weapons at play. Many of these weapons from Pakistan are also very sophisticated, and one wonders how long this is going to continue. It's not easy to sustain attacks of this kind, and it appears that this is going to play out for at least a few hours, because these are still early hours, and one wonders where this is going to go, how much more of an escalation beyond possible air attacks, the air forces in the air, a full border activation, the international border also going hot, just like the line of control. How long can that sustain tonight is really the big question facing us right now, Vishnu.
All right, Air Chief Marshal Fali Homi Major, as we broadcast these images, again, deferred images from Jaisalmer, from Aknoor, from Jammu, from Bhuj, from other areas as well, of saturation attacks being conducted on Indian airspace and interceptions taking place. Could you give us a sense, as somebody who's led the Indian Air Force, on how tense things must be right now? We would potentially have a large number of aircraft operating.